I mean, it would take centuries to gain that kind of knowledge. So how did they stay there that long without farming? It was pretty.
I've seen those ruins, it's amazing.
It is amazing.
It's like a Stonehenge in the Middle East.
And then about 30 kilometers away is Karahan Tepe, which I think is actually
Celeste or John or
it's
Luke, are you out there and can you hear us? Just want to do a little audio
the carving
check.
isn't as clean.
I can hear you. Great,
So,
that sounds like Luke and John.
Yep.
Okay, and you can hear, okay, we got you on both ends. All right. Board President, we are, Celeste, I think, might be frozen, and she's probably not going to love the face that she's making. Bad for her, but she said she was coming back.
Take a screenshot of that.
I'm not going to embarrass her.
Get your cameras out. I'll be on the Zoom meeting, I guess.
Oh, she left her unfrozen. All right, well, I'm going to press record, and I think we're ready to proceed if you are.
I think I do.
So
Recording in progress.
just to be clear, are we starting the board meeting and then recess for the public hearing, or we're just running the public hearing as a separate?
I was kind of assuming that we would run the public hearing and then recess and then start the board meeting.
Awesome.
I think you can do it however you want, so long as we've clearly indicated to the public what we're intending to do.
I'm going to call the meeting to order. That is the public hearing to order. It is 5:17, and declaration of potential conflicts of interest.
We need to
You
do
gotta do the pledge of allegiance.
Number 2. Sorry, you're on, use this.
Oh, I got the
That's kind of
secret
just your,
agenda. Mike, will you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, declaration of conflict of interest. Catherine?
None.
Michael?
No.
Sue?
None.
Celeste?
She hasn't come back yet, so.
And myself, none. I am going to ask the public for public comment, but I understand this is coming from the board meeting, is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
come
Yes.
on up and state your piece.
I didn't know that you were speaking, yes. Thank you, I have to say thank you. Marty Weiss, I live here in Seaside on 15th Avenue. I've been swimming here for 23 years now. In fact, I learned how to swim back in 2002 from Miss Vicky at the ripe old age of 48. Anyway, July marked the 10th anniversary of Scarlett coming on as general manager, and shortly after he did that, he put a floor down in the women's locker room in the shower area that gets treacherous when it gets wet. Little ones have slipped and fallen from the daycare. We've had one woman who broke her wrist, which was never reported, unfortunately, but she broke her wrist. That would be firefighter Kate, if you want to follow up with her. She didn't realize it was broken until the next day or something. And then shortly after the floor was put down, a woman who was quite a large woman who was swimming slipped in a puddle and fell, and 2 weeks later she died. Now her family, I'm sure, never followed up. I don't know if the pool was ever sued. That would have happened shortly after Scarlett came on, whenever the floor was put down. But, so that never came back to bite us in the behind, because probably her family didn't know that she had fallen at the pool. But 2 weeks later she died, and there were several of us who watched her fall and hit her head on the floor. The floor is treacherous when it gets wet. It doesn't make sense to me or any of the women who swim in the morning, and for whom I am speaking, that we would like the floor restored to its original condition before Scarlett took over. I mentioned to him one day, many, many years ago, that the floor gets slippery when wet, And he replied that that's not what the manufacturer said. Well, then the manufacturer ought to be sued, because not only does it get slippery when it's wet, but if it gets soapy, it's even slipperier. And I noticed, Sue, that I don't see you showering, that you go home to shower.
I shower, no. I'm
I'm
sorry, I'm not supposed to.
responding.
But
I'm
I'm
not
just
supposed to
saying,
talk to you.
I
I'm sorry.
noticed that
I
you don't
apologize.
shower, and I wonder why that might be. But in any event, the floor is treacherous, and we put up signs that say slippery when wet. Well, the 3-year-old running in the locker room cannot read that sign. Okay? The floor gets treacherous when it gets wet, and it's even more treacherous when it is soapy. And that's a shower floor, because women are using fancy schmancy, even if they don't use fancy schmancy soaps. It's getting on the floor, and it's making it even slipperier. I'm surprised that we haven't had any issues and reports of people injuring themselves. But again, if you want to follow, you can't follow up with the woman who's dead, because she's not here to talk to anymore. But firefighter Kate is very well and doing well, and would be happy if anybody wanted to interview her to speak to you. She fell on the floor in the women's locker room either before, during, or after she showered, and broke her wrist. The floor needs to be restored to its original condition, and not for the life of me can I understand the logic in putting a floor down in a locker room where there's going to be water and soap, that you would put a floor that gets slippery and treacherous. Even the entrance coming into the locker room. We had somebody fall, and we put down mats in the entrance. I don't know if Skylar can answer me or not, but we put mats down in the entrance, and then that provided a hazard because people were tripping on the mats. Something needs to be done about the floor in the women's locker room. And I'm speaking on behalf of those of us who swim in the morning. I'm not there any of the other hours, so I can't speak for them. But I'm speaking for them now, and if I need to come back with a petition, I would be happy to do that. Thank you very much, and thank you for squeezing me in.
Thank you, Marty. Okay, public hearing, Doug.
Howdy. Can I just go ahead?
Pull up the slide deck. Doug is prepared.
Well, it's wonderful to be talking to you again. I am Doug Gabbard. I am project manager with FCS. I am the only one in this building for my company, but in cyberspace, I am joined by Principal John Ghilarducci and Senior Analyst Luke Nelson. And hopefully, if we're really good, we will be able to hear their voices at some point during this presentation. And so this is ready for me?
Yep. Oh, man. It worked so good before.
Hey, we've all been there, technology.
Why does it do that?
Which is in the weird thing again where it's like the.
Yeah, like the thing
We put our
that
thumbs
pops up.
on.
Looks like it's ready to go now.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
No, but on non-ringer.
Mine's always on one ringer. Oh,
You know what we did?
Celeste is apparently driving 26 and will be here for 30 minutes.
I think she might have zoomed on it, yeah. But
I'm here, I am here, I have my camera off to save bandwidth. The reception is unusually bad on Highway 26. So I hope to be there shortly.
She's driving.
I think are you driving or is someone else driving?
Construction.
Nope, I have another driver.
Great.
Thank you.
I know. Okay, please don't. It's not that important.
All right, so for our time together tonight, I thought we would review the key characteristics of SDCs, talk a little bit about the law and how your SDCs have been calculated, and talk about comparisons to other jurisdictions. Some of this will be very familiar from last time we talked. So just as a reminder, SDCs are one-time charges. They are not ongoing rates. Nobody's going to get a monthly bill for SDCs. They're one-time charges at the time of development or redevelopment if there's some intensification. In Oregon, SDCs can be charged and collected for water, sewer, stormwater, parks, and transportation. Other states have their list, that's Oregon. SDCs are for capital only, both in the way that they're calculated and in the way that they are spent. So don't spend your SDCs for maintenance. SDCs include both existing and future cost components, and I'll explain that in a little more detail. That may seem fuzzy now, but I will make it more clear. Also, SDCs are for system facilities, not local facilities. In other words, an SDC is essentially purchasing a share of stock in the entire park system. It's not for a particular park facility that serves only a limited area. It's for the whole system. So the law that we follow is Oregon State Law, Chapter 223, from 297 to 316. Much of the meat of how we calculate things is located in Section 304. An interesting development is in recent years, Section 316 was added not too long ago, and this is informational and transparency requirements that if you have a website, things like the SDC methodology have to go on that website and be available for public inspection. So dipping our toe into the math of SDCs, the reimbursement fee is the flavor of SDC that is based upon existing assets. So to the extent that we find available capacity in existing facilities, that becomes the numerator of the reimbursement fee. The improvement fee is based upon what most people think of when they think of an SDC, and that's a project list. And so all of the projects that we're going to talk about tonight are part of this numerator. Now, we have to make some adjustments. Notice how we say the eligible cost. It looks like you're reading an advertisement for something. Not all costs are eligible, and we'll tell you a little bit of the science of how we figure out what's eligible and what's not. We take those two numerators and we divide both of them by a measure of the growth in the system, the growth of your customers. And what you end up with is a unit cost of amount of cost of capacity per new customer. And that is the SDC that you charge. So we're going to begin in that denominator, in that growth. And one of the unique things we confronted right away is that you are in a high tourist area. And so when we began this engagement, we suggested that if the district was interested, we could calculate an SDC for lodging units. If it was the board's finding that tourists or lodging visitors, that if they represent a significant source of demand for park facilities, it is entirely appropriate to charge an SDC to them just as you would charge for a new house. And so, in quantifying the growth, we're going to begin with that. What you're seeing on the screen is highly summarized, and we're not showing you much context. And so I'm going to remind you at various points that there is more detail in the report that you receive from us. For example, the source of all of this information will be found on page 4 of your report. Starting with assumptions of lodging units in Clatsop County as a whole, we narrow that down to a little over 22,000, almost 22,700 lodging units within the district's boundaries, with an average occupancy rate and average party size based upon industry data and data provided to us. We were able to have an average overnight lodging visitors of a little over 42,000. That's a big number compared to the people who live here. So, this puts you on alert that this is going to be a significant player in the SEC if we move forward and charge it, which is foreshadowing, but we'll see that more in detail in just a few minutes. But now this is going to become part of the larger calculation See that 42,260? So now we're gonna estimate growth, and based upon information from Portland State, we know the district's population currently and in 2040, we know it's growing by about 0.6% per year, which means we expect about 1,000 new residents over the forecast period. Escalating the overnight lodging visitors at the same rate gives us almost 4,000 of them for a total growth of 4,972 customers. And remember that these numbers, the overnight lodging visitors, these are already adjusted for occupancy, number of people in the room, that kind of thing. This percentage on the very end is going to come in handy a little later. What this percentage represents is the portion of the total future user base that is new. So this number divided by this number gives you this percentage, and I'll show you how we use this in a minute. I told you that projects on the project list can only be included and counted in the cost basis to the extent that they are eligible. So what you're looking at is how we think about eligibility. Eligibility is based upon a level of service analysis that tells us what is the fair, equitable portion of these costs that can be put on to new development. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to walk you through one of these. The math for both of these columns is the same. You're going to have some facilities that are quantified in number of acres. You're going to have other facilities quantified in number of square feet. The math is exactly the same. So let's just look at acres. So you have a current inventory of park acreage of 10.31 acres, and your project list is going to add 29 acres. So if we look out into the future, into the year 2040, you're going to have 39.31 acres, just the sum of these two numbers. If we divide that by the number of projected residents in the future, what you end up with is this number, your level of service. So you can even do this right now on a little calculator on your phone if you wanted to. 39.31 divided by 11.70452 will get you 3.36. And that's the number of acres per thousand per year.
You think 11,000 divided by 29 is going to, or 29 divided by 11?
No, it's 30.
31.
39,
Yeah, but you think that
39.31.
divided by 11,000 is going to give you 3?
This is per thousand, so you're going to have to slide the decimal over 3 places.
Ah, that makes more sense.
I pulled fast one on. Yeah. Yeah, otherwise we get numbers get really tiny
Yeah.
if we don't do that. Units per thousand is a standard way to measure level of service. So we didn't make that up. That is a standard way of measuring it. So we're looking forward to this future level of service after all the growth shows up and after all the projects are constructed. In 2040, if everything goes according to plan, you're going to have 3.36 acres of park facility. Now let's bring that back to the present. The question is this level of service what we are meeting right now? So if we took this number and multiplied it by the current number of residents, what you would have is almost 36 acres of park facilities. Well, you don't have 36 acres of park facility. So by virtue of this future level of service that we've calculated, you are currently deficient. You are not currently needing the future level of service. So the difference of what you need today and what you actually have, that has to be deducted out. And so we're only able to include 3.37 acres after the deficiency is cured. That is what gets to be added as eligible. And so for that results in an eligibility of only 11.63%. It's this divided by what you're building. So the percentages, the calculations are all the same for square feet, which are more indoor facilities. The percentage is a little higher because what you're building is not as aggressive compared to your current inventory. But that's really the key. If you are, so what this does in concept is if you are really aggressively improving your level of service and really making things better, this calculation limits your ability to put that on the backs of development. Because it's not fair to ask them to pay to make everything a higher level of service. Does that make sense?
It's not fair to make new providers pay for what should have already been paid for by existing residents.
Yes. Can't make them pay for past in.
Okay.
All right. So with those percentages that we just calculated, we now look at the project. And these are the projects that, these aren't all of the projects, but these are the projects that are adding quantifiable units, which is why these eligibility percentages get applied. So you have $39 million in projects that add a quantifiable amount of acres or square feet, and that, applying the eligibility percentages individually to each one, gets us down to $12,411,940, which is an average eligibility of almost 32%. This is the last number calculated here. It's just a weighted average. So $12 million is the contribution of this set of projects to the SDC cost basis. But wait, there's more. The new recreation center, which has not been analyzed as contributing a specific quantity of square footage to the inventory, it is being included at that growth share that I showed you earlier. The assumption with that share is that the new recreation center will benefit existing users and future users proportionately. And so that is what this percentage represents. And so for an $8.5 million project, about $729,000 of that gets contributed to the SDC cost basis. So if we take the $39 million of projects on the previous slide, the new recreation center, which is here, and we take the eligible portions of that, you have just a little over $13 million in the total SDC cost basis. We're almost there. So here's the $13 million that you just saw. Now, we're going to add a provision for compliance costs. We're going to assume that over the forecast period, you're going to need to update your SDC calculations, let's say every 5 years. And the cost of that is recoverable in the SDC itself. So this is the one tiny little exception to the rule of not paying operating costs. You can pay us, for example, out of SDC revenue once you have some. And there are other things. It's basically you're allowed to recover the cost of anything that helps you comply with the SDC law. Please.
So we're going to make, assuming this is approved by the board, then Clatsop County and the city of Seaside are gonna have to levy those fees on our behalf, right?
Well, now you're getting into an implementation issue.
Right, but, and my question is gonna be, they're gonna charge us for doing that for us, and do those charges fall under compliance costs?
Well, and John, I'm interested in what you might want to add to this. They are not, the strictest interpretation would be that they are not cost of keeping your program legal. And it's true that I have had to advise clients that this line item is not to be a catch-all administrative cost recovery thing. It's really limited in statute. John, do you wanna comment on that?
Well, it would be worth running by the district's attorney if you have one that you use, but I think I would push that a little bit more and say that, you know, that is a cost that you could just pass on, because it's you know, it's like a transaction fee that the collector, being the county and the city, is charging. So, you know, I would be really interested in trying to just mark up your SDC, label it so that it's very clear that it's not part of the charge, and see if that would fly.
Thank you.
But I'm not sure about it.
Okay.
What do other districts do to absorb the fee?
Well, okay, first of all, the arrangement that we're talking about here is actually, it's not uncommon, but it's not that common. So it's not, most SDCs are charged by cities that collect their own SDC. So this doesn't happen all the time. Where it does happen, please, John, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, we do work with a lot of districts.
Mm-hmm.
Willamette, Chehalem, ERD at Newburgh, and to be honest, I haven't heard this question, so I almost wonder if the city's just either doing it for free or if they just passed along the transaction cost, because we haven't been asked to build it into the charge basis in those districts where we've worked. I know that for sure.
We got, so later in the packet is drafted IGAs with the city and county that the board is being asked to review tonight. And in those agreements, which are template agreements that came from I took the parts from Willamette in Springfield and parts from Hood River Parks and Rec in Hood River. And I think the language in there would go, as John was suggesting, that fee is passed on to the customer, I guess, what do you call it?
The developer, yeah.
The developer. Yeah, and the fees, at least that Hood River was charging, it was very, very nominal, $15 per charge. But it seems like both the city and the county are going to ask us for a bigger percentage or a bigger amount per transaction. But I think our intention would be, and we'll get the IGA reviewed by Eileen, our counsel. But I think our intention would be to pass that on to the developer, so long as she approves it. I think that's fairly common from what I had heard from Willamette and from Hood River and from some other folks that do these.
Are there other park districts in the county that are currently levying SDC?
There's no other park districts in our county.
Is there any other special district in our county that's levying?
There's not. Yeah, the county didn't. They weren't very familiar with SDC, so there was some education. They have a similar charge that they charge. I can't remember what it is, but it's with the Astoria School District. So they're kind of referencing it as part of that.
Construction excise tax.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they kept trying to call it that, and I was like, no, it's not that, it's different. But the city is obviously really familiar with that.
Okay.
Can I ask a couple of questions? So what it is I thought I saw that there was a park SDC on the list of what comprises the current SDC
For the city.
for the city.
The city has a park.
So that's one of my questions that I'm wanting some clarification on, because it shows that on the city website, it shows that there is a park SDC. So part of my concern has been whether or not there's some overlap in the SDCs that we're proposing here and what the park already collects.
Okay. So that I can address. So to our knowledge, and we asked about this along the way, the things that went into the cost basis, the projects. So all of you remember how I told you that an SDC can be an improvement fee based upon projects and a reimbursement fee based upon assets. Well, your SDC, because of deficiencies, because of the rise in level of service, all of your SDC is going to be improvement fee based upon projects. So we did our best to make sure that those projects that we counted in the cost basis are not going to show up someplace else in somebody else's SDC, because that would be a problem. But as long as nobody is being asked to pay for the same capacity twice, it is perfectly okay to have overlapping jurisdictions charging SDC. This is something that we have to navigate all the time in Washington County, for example, where the county has the transportation development tax, which actually precedes SDC law, but the courts have decided that it is an SDC. And then cities sometimes have their own transportation SDC, and so we have to make sure there's no duplication of capacity, and so that's a pain. But our understanding is that there is no duplication, and so you're in the clear on this one.
So I'm a little bit surprised by that, because I thought the North 40 Sports Complex specifically was one that was already named, but I could be wrong about. In fact, so I don't know, Skylar, you probably know more than me, but I think that would be the one that I was most concerned about.
Yeah.
But I do have a couple other questions, and we stopped because the noise in my car is too noisy, so I'm hoping I can pepper out these questions, and then I'll put myself back on hold and just listen in for the answers. So one of my questions is, I'm not seeing I saw that I was interested in the tourism growth calculation that you did, the capacity to accommodate that tourism, but I'm not seeing them that number show up elsewhere in the calculations down farther in the presentation. So I'm wondering where that factors in, where we can get to recapture the expanded capacity needed for the growth in the tourist population. So that's one question. My other question is it looks like the calculations for population, both for tourism, not necessarily for residents, but it looks like it didn't look like those are district numbers. It looks like they're county numbers, which is different than our district. So I'm kind of curious if that causes a problem.
Okay, so answering your second question first. Everything in our growth calculations are intended to be just district numbers, and so where we had county numbers, so this would be true of the lodging units, where we had county numbers, we made efforts to adjust them down to the district boundaries in a defensible way. So all of the growth is intended to be district growth. It's happening within the district boundaries. So moving on to your first question about where does the growth in lodging units show up? So looking at the slide we're looking at right now, we didn't quite get through this, but the $13 million cost basis is then divided by 4,972 growth in system users. you might remember this number. Will the arrow keys work?
Should.
Hot diggity dog. You might remember that number from here,
I see.
okay? So it does include both.
So that's helpful. So then the other thing I was wondering is I was a little bit surprised, just from a math perspective, that a resident is a resident here for 365 days a year, right? So they have basically 365 days to use the facilities.
Mm-hmm.
An overnight lodging visitor is a one night count.
That's true.
And so, in other words, we get a count, you know, whatever the occupancy rate is, 58% or whatever it was of 365. Does that make, do you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, and the numbers that you see here, they are consistent with each other in the sense that these numbers for lodging visitors in each of the 2 years represent the average number of visitors that you would have at any one time.
We have that many on one day?
So
On average, every day.
on average, every day. That is what
I was, in my mind.
that is what this
thinking that-
calculation is all about.
Yeah.
I thought that was room nights.
So
Of
we
visitor room nights.
So we have the number of lodging units, the average occupancy rate, which is what adjusts the vacancy,
Right.
and then the average party size of just a little over 3. That will give you the average number of visitors at any one time.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say, you know, I wouldn't call it per day, because when you're talking about residents, we're not talking about residents per day.
Right.
We're talking about at any given time, that's about how many residents you have. Well, same thing here. So you'll recall that I said that this seems like a big number.
Yeah.
So if it's not a number that you're comfortable with, if it's a number that you're questioning, so all of the data behind this is in the report on page 4. And if it's problematic, then we'd actually be happy to address it. But I will tell you, the data for this is limited. And so, you know, as anyone in the real world of data, we do the best we can with what we have. But open to correcting it if it's found not to be right.
So, just so I can understand, because I appreciate that, but I just want to understand that be clear that I'm hearing you right. Are you saying that in the district there are 22,692 hotel rooms? Or lodging rooms?
Yeah.
Yes, that is the estimate. And if that seems wackadoodle, then we should probably.
Including Airbnb.
Well, it's not just including hotel rooms.
That's right.
It's
Including
bedrooms.
all forms of overnight visitors.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. It is all forms.
Yeah, that seems awfully high to me, but I could be wrong. Okay, thank you.
And we could be wrong. So we're happy to look. If there's any other data we should be looking at, we would be happy to look at it. But
It sure seems like the city would have that. Did we get that from the city?
We're bigger than the city,
Okay.
though.
We charge a lodging room tax, so it seems like we would know this.
Yeah, the city
But-
provided a lot of the data that we shared with Doug and others from FCS about, and that's how they came up with these calculations. So this is data directly driven from the information that they gave us.
So I have page 4,
there you go.
because my Bible has been trying to understand this. So it says, district staff reports that according to Smith Travel Research, so I don't know who that is, there are an estimated 86,000 lodging units in Clatsop County as of 2025. To estimate the number of lodging
That
units
seems about right.
within the district, we assume that lodging units are distributed roughly with the population of the county. By multiplying the total lodging units in the county by the ratio of the population of the district and county, we find that there are an estimated 22,692 lodging units within the district. So that's how they got that.
That's how they got that.
And is
Good
a
job,
lodging
Sue.
unit, in that definition, I apologize, my
trying to
message is crazy. A lodging unit, that doesn't include residential units. They exclude residential units?
Well, it is in, now, I mean, we didn't go out with lab coats and clipboards to actually look at everything, but what it is intended to include all forms of lodging units, which includes, hotel rooms, but also bedrooms that are being used for that purpose in single-family residence.
Like Airbnb
Exactly.
or.
Exactly.
Well, it says here, according to the Oregon Tourism Commission, these lodging units are occupied an average of 58.5% of the time. According to recent demographic data, 46.1% of households visiting are between 3 to 5 persons, 42.1% are between 1 to 2 persons, and 11.8% are households of 6 or more. The average party size per room is estimated by multiplying these percentages by the average of the household size ranges, with 6 being the assumed maximum household size. The estimated average number of overnight lodging visitors in 2023 is the product of all three numbers, or 42,260. And it's in.
Whoever wrote that sounds like you know what they're talking about.
So Doug, all of the rest of this stuff is just data. But you made the assumption that the concentration of rental units are similar to the concentration
Yes,
of residential
that's
units.
correct. That's
Okay,
correct.
what's the basis for that assumption?
That we had no better assumption to make.
Okay.
Well, does that have to do with the Portland State thing?
The Portland State thing is about growth.
That's
It's
the
about rate of growth.
population data center.
Right.
That's about,
Because that's in the next.
that's about the delta from here to here.
Mhm.
Correct. I mean, that's what that says.
So, is she still with us?
Are you good?
I think
Celeste?
she said when she got her questions in, she's gonna keep driving.
Like calling on a radio show. Okay, well, I hope that answers your question.
Go ahead, caller, you're on the air.
I'll take my answer on the air, please. Okay, so, hey, let's go over this one again. Just kidding. Just kidding.
But,
It's funny because
but it is important to get back to her answer of whether that North 40 was also included in the city of Seaside.
That's interesting, because we don't own it, but it is in the district.
Right.
But it's like with the city, when they do something with parks, we should be at the table with them.
Right.
Well, we don't own Broadway Field, but
Or
we
this
spend a lot of money.
We have a lot of
I can
ideas.
speak a little bit to that. So yeah, we don't own the North 40, but as you all know, it's under a plan for redevelopment by the city, and it's our anticipation that the city will include the district as a partner in that, and probably, since it will include a large type of recreational field or fields, the district will probably be asked to be the manager of those fields, similar to how we are managing Broadway Field. And it's also our strong belief, based on the experiences of Broadway Field when it was first developed, is that if we don't have resources to contribute to that discussion, then we may not have a seat at the table. So this is an opportunity for us to make sure that the North 40 is represented. I know the city has parks and we're thankful for them, but to be perfectly candid, and I think the city staff would agree with this, we're the park expert in the city of Seaside. We're the ones that have trained staff, we're the ones that are managing programs, and that's really where the risk and liability lies, is in the programs. So I think this was included in the project list because we anticipate that that site will be developed and that the district will be a stakeholder in that development, or maybe even the managing leader in that development. And there's a lot of financial contribution that we can anticipate we will need to make in order to have that facility ready, to have the care for that facility in place. And I'm not talking about the staff care, I'm talking about lawnmowers or turf groomers, or even just lights for the baseball field, all those types of things.
So.
Sorry, one other thing, so I don't lose my train. The city has not updated their parks methodology, is that what it's called, or their parks SDC in quite some time, and they've shared this with me before, so it's not that anybody doesn't know this, but that's in their works to do, and we're working really collaboratively with the city manager and the city staff to make sure that there's not crossover. I don't think it's neither of our intentions to double charge somebody for a park project. And then the other thing I would say is that, from what I understand from last month, your presentation, is that we don't have to, we can start accumulating this based on the charge that's, that you all adopt if you do, but we can use those resources for other projects on this project list first. And we don't have to,
That's true.
and there's obviously some other priorities that we know that we have within the district. And one up there, the aquatics facility, that I think may take, I don't know, precedent in some people's minds. So I like that we'll have the flexibility down the road of saying, okay, we want to use some of our SDC fund, the percentage that we're able to for this project, this growth.
And we're limited just to the projects that we use.
Correct.
Yeah, you are, and it gets a little deeper than that too. Not only are you limited to spending on the projects on the list, now you can add or swap out projects. I'll get to that in a second. But if you don't do that, then yes, you're limited. Not only are you limited to spending SDCs on the projects on this list or the list and or the recreation center on the other slide, but also you're limited to spending the eligible percentage of that project cost from SDC. So, for example, the new community aquatics facility has an eligibility of 36.24%. Now, we understand that costs change, and so it may be, 31 million or 33 million or who knows. But based upon our calculations, you should not spend more than 36.24% of whatever that project cost ends up being from SDC. So you're going to have to get money for other than SDCs for all of these projects.
I think that's actually a really great distinction, is that it's percentage of what actual cost versus just what you have listed there, which we don't know.
Yeah, exactly, because this is an estimate, right?
Yeah. My quick comment, Skylar, so everything you said about the North 40, I wholeheartedly agree with. I do agree with Celeste, and that we just want, because that is the only one that there's just crossover. And so you have chatted with the city and confirmed that that is not on their SDC list, even though they have SDCs and they have a parks department.
Yeah.
And they just haven't updated to include that.
I don't think the North 40 is specifically called out in there, but honestly, their SDC is from, I think, 1997, if I remember right. And so I think the North 40 was under management by the school district at that time, so a lot has changed.
Do you think if I'm a outside person and I want to come in and say, what are the projects that this is going to, other than like looking on our website, is there like a government where this is like recorded somewhere?
So that's an interesting question.
Sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And so let me give you a couple answers to that. So let's do the dark side first. Enforcement.
Right.
That could be part of what you're talking about. Who makes sure that you actually do it this way? The answer is nobody. There's no official enforcement agency. What you have is the risk of getting sued.
Right.
So that's what you're trying to avoid, or at least you really can't avoid being sued, but you can avoid losing.
Right.
And so that's what we're trying to do. Now another part of what you were talking about was kind of disclosure.
Yeah.
And that is actually covered in the SEC law, that every year you're going to need to do a report of your inflows and outflows of SBC monies, how much you got, how much you spend on. Now, my first experience with this was as a management analyst at the city of Salem. And what they would do is they would very dutifully create a sort of sources and uses report for each one of their SDCs. They had all 5. They would put it on a piece of paper and then it would go into a filing cabinet. Because the law says you have to create the report, it doesn't say anything about who you have to give it to. The best practice is that staff creates the report and provides it.
That it somehow, is that reflected in an annual audit?
Yes, yeah, you would want to set up a fund for the SDCs.
Yeah, that leads to my question,
All right.
Celeste, too, that the SDCs would become a component of our annual audit, so that report should show up in an audit and be combined with our other assets.
Yeah, it should be one of your funds.
Yes, that's one.
And that would cover the record keeping.
Yes.
But, again, like, this list of projects isn't, like, I can't just go to some government website and go, oh, I want to see what my SDC project list is for Sunken and Bear Park and Rec. It would just be somewhere that we are providing it on our website or something.
So that is one of the recent provisions of the law that I was sharing with you. Am I going in the right direction? I think I am. So 223, section 316. This is only just a few years ago. This addresses
Like
that.
on our website.
It has to be on your website. So
Okay.
so there is no central repository.
Okay, that was kind of, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You betcha.
I have two ever so brief questions.
Please.
First is, we segregate the funds in a separate fund, and it's gonna take, years to build up and
Oh, yeah.
do
Oh, yeah.
much with. So what happens to the interest on that? Does that stay in that fund, or can we use the interest on other things?
That is a totally fair question, and I will tell you that is not specifically addressed in the law. And it's not, there are other parts of the law where that question is more specifically addressed. Like, for example, if you had bond proceeds,
Right.
Any interest you earn on that become bond proceeds.
Mm-hmm.
The SEC law is not that specific.
Okay.
So, so I would want you to
Check with our
pose
attorney.
that question to your attorney.
Yeah.
I will tell you that the safest thing to do, the most conservative thing to do, would be to consider that SEC money.
Of course.
Yeah, keep it in the fund.
Yes.
So, my second question is the North 40, I don't know why they call it the North 40 if it's only 15 acres. But the North 40 project is, in my mind, and I don't have a clear vision of what it's gonna look like, but it's gonna be a campus of some kind.
Okay.
And so can two governments contribute toward the same overall project, even though they're maybe specifically using their funds for specific items in that campus?
So, absolutely.
Okay.
Now, you have to respect the, whatever record-keeping madness you might be signing up for.
Mhm.
Because you would be responsible, if the other government wanted to use SDCs also, you would have to make sure that you have carefully separated out whose capacity is on whose list.
Mhm.
Now, if another government wanted to use tax money, well, that's easier.
Mhm.
But if you're wanting to use SDCs, and it's really for the purposes of making sure you're not double charging. It's the charging part that's sensitive. You want to make sure those things are carefully pulled apart. But having said that, if you can do that, there is no limitation on cooperation.
So you would just create more granularity under that North 40 project and list individual maybe projects within
Yeah.
North 40, and then different governments would be assigned to.
That's true. And what you might discover if you went down that road is that granularity is not always your friend.
No.
When you are putting together an SEC methodology. Not just because it's hard, but because if you start,
It limits your flexibility later on.
it does,
Yeah.
it does. If you start defining this project into components, and it becomes difficult to locate, okay, well, where are the 15 acres? What part of that is the 15 acres in? You put this number at risk. And so be careful about that.
Okay, thank you.
You betcha.
I have a answer to your North 40,
Hmm.
because I grew up with some land called the South 40, and I asked my dad. So it says, it has over time has become a phrase evolved to refer to any remote or far-off place, not necessarily an actual 40 acres.
There was also a movie called The North Dallas 40.
Yeah, I remember
That was
that.
put
Ah,
on
I remember that.
Nick Nolte, Davis, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know why I said that. So,
Too many yards before. Never mind. Another comment on
so if we divide out numerator, denominator, total SDC per system user, we're not to land uses yet, but per system user is $2,663, which we then apply to land uses, and a single family dwelling unit. Now this is all based upon census data for how many residents on average you will have in each kind of dwelling unit. A single family is about $4,700, a little less. Multifamily, about $3,900 per dwelling unit. Mobile home takes the prize at a little over $7,000. Census data indicate more people live in mobile homes on average. Not more population, just in each mobile home, there's more residents. 1.86, you've seen this number before for lodging units. So pointing out that this number is higher than this number, which doesn't mean that this is invalid. It just means that this is not to be undertaken lightly. I'm sure I've made that point before. But if you're putting in a hotel and each guest room of that hotel has an SDC that is higher than a single family residence, that's a potentially pretty significant bill. This is not to say that big commercial developers are certainly accustomed to paying SDCs. This is not foreign language to them. Parse SDCs on lodging units is less common. They are becoming, parse SDCs for non-residential developments in general are becoming much more common than they were before. It's not something that we modeled here for you today, but you could consider any non-residential development based upon their estimated number of employees they would have, and that would get you to a different SDC. Those tend to be quite low, but this is a major commitment. So we just want to point that out to you. In comparisons, I think you've seen these before, but you've got yourself a nice little starter SDC, a little higher than part of North Clackamas. We included that because we worked on that. North Clackamas actually has area-specific qualities. Their district is divided up into zones and with different SDCs. Don't recommend that. If you don't need it, don't do it. But it is possible. You can do it if you need to. And then a bunch of districts that have higher SDCs.
So do I understand this correctly? So in Taunton Hills, a developer is paying $13,000 for each hotel room?
No, well, now we're comparing on the basis of
just single family residence. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is single family residence. That is the common denominator for comparisons usually.
Things plus those work.
So, next steps are really just getting the right paperwork enacted. You've got an ordinance and a resolution, right? Suggest that certainly you can do those both on the same night. Suggest enacting the ordinance first, because that's what gives you the authority to adopt the resolution. But other than that, I think you guys have a handle on this. And I would be happy to answer any more questions you might have.
Thank you, Doug. Are there questions from the rest of the board? We've had a lot of opportunity for questions already.
Thanks,
I have a couple.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
So, I'm going back to some of the assumptions. So, A, can the rate be changed?
Oh, gosh, okay. And by that you mean,
Yes.
okay, yes.
And the basis for that question is the growth rate is a prediction. It's not, we don't know what the actual growth rate is gonna be. It could be much higher than what Portland State assumes or lower.
Absolutely.
So if that growth rate changes, can we go back in and change the SDC?
Okay, that's not where I thought you were going, so I'm glad you clarified, thank you. So, it's good practice to revisit the SDCs and do this set of calculations every 5 years or so, or at the very least whenever you do another master plan. Between updates, between those kinds of updates, I would not bother trying to chase growth. I would, anytime you update these calculations, you're going to take a snapshot from a certain point in time looking forward, and that will change. So I wouldn't chase that in between major updates. What you can and should do in between those major updates is you should escalate the actual SDC that you're charging by a cost index. So, for example, we would recommend the construction cost index published by the Engineering News Record. That would give you an ability to hedge price risk for the things that you have to buy with the SDC. You could actually adjust the SDC each year, not doing anything with the underlying calculations.
You're just changing the project costs.
Well, you're changing the SDC, which provides a hedge against the risk the project costs will increase. So you're not putting together a new list of projects and recalculating the SDC. You're just taking the SDC that you've calculated and you're increasing it by the growth in the index each year.
COLA adjustment.
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. However, one of the difference with the COLA adjustment is sometimes the index goes down. And when it does go down, if you are indexing, I would recommend you follow the index wherever it leads you. Because the point of indexing is not to gain more revenue, it's to hedge price risk. So that is the best practice.
Hey, Doug.
Yes, please, John.
So the only other thing I would add there is the law does explicitly allow you to update project costs. So if you have significant increases or changes to the project's cost, you can update the list with those new project costs. It even gives a special notice requirement if you're only updating the inputs like the project cost without updating the rest of the methodology. So it does give you that explicit authority if inflationary indices don't keep up.
And we initialize that with the stuff we're doing tonight, or can we, at any time in the future, can we inject a COLA adjustment into our plan?
So when you initially, so it's a form, to be simple about it. If you want to index your SDC, when you initially pass, when you initially adopt it, that is the point on the index you start from.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench into this because your question leads us to implementation. I haven't talked a lot about implementation. It's entirely, I don't know how you guys are leaning, but it's entirely common when we do SDCs and we talk to folks about them that we end up calculating a number that is way higher than they really want to charge. That's a very common situation. And so I should have given you the little speech that says that these SDCs that we calculate, these should be viewed as a ceiling. You are not under any obligation to charge this much. Any SDC that you charge under this level, and really I should be pointing to this number, the per system user. Anything you charge under this level is fine. Sometimes, now it gets more interesting, sometimes clients will say, yeah, we want to charge the full amount, but we can't get there right away. And so we'll help them set up a phasing schedule. And I'm specifically pointing to this number because this is the focal point where all the SDCs come from. And if you adjust this number, they will fan out into the individual SDCs, whether for single family, mobile home, lodging units. What you don't want to do, what I really don't want you to do, is start getting surgical with individual customer types. You know, we're gonna charge single family 100% of their SDC, lodging units will charge 30% of their SDC, mobile home, 75% or whatever. Don't do that. Make sure
Can you talk about why?
Equity. So if the basic unit of demand is the human being, so whether that's a resident or a lodging visitor, it's the human being that is driving the cost of providing park facilities.
Yeah.
And so basically you want the same price per human being, which is what this is.
But then talk to me about why you were cautioning against levying the fee on the lodging, on the, visitors.
I have no problem levying it on visitors. You're not levying it on visitors, it's on the development of the property. What I'm saying is you want to make sure that everyone is paying the same SDC per system user. So as you recall, this number then gets multiplied by these numbers,
Right.
to give you the total SDC. And if you don't want to charge the full amount, change it here so that those SDCs are all proportional.
Yeah. I would just propose, I understand your equity on a per person basis, but actually, if you look at it from an equity standpoint from a housing equity standpoint, that a mobile home is accommodating more people and that we're levying that cost on that housing style, that housing type that is more expensive. So a mobile home is generally, at least in this area, for a lower cost home.
Mm-hmm.
So we're actually making the cost of that housing more expensive.
Because it has more people.
For the lower associated.
For the lower
Yeah.
associated people.
Yeah, that's.
For customers.
For customers.
That is not the kind of equity that we are
Right,
pursuing. This
right.
is, and you raised an excellent point that we're seeing more of, and I had a really good discussion with the city of Hood River not too long ago. More and more we're seeing SDCs being used to further housing policy, and that's tough to do because the legal tradition around what are ultimately monetary exactions are really about the equity of the cost recovery and making sure that people are not overcharged. It's not about being an instrument of housing policy. It's about making sure property rights are maintained. And so that's, go ahead, John.
I'm sorry. there's another piece to that too, which is, some of the language in the statute that requires us to use rate-making principles means that the amount we charge has to be proportional to the demand for facilities, and the impact on those facilities, not other, let's say, factors that aren't related to their impact or demand for the services.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would make the case, though, then, if you were truly going to do that, that we would have to consider the socioeconomic use of facilities in our community.
Oh, so, okay, let me see, let me see if I'm tracking with you. So if we had some data that said, and we had empirical data.
Right.
That said, people in mobile homes actually don't use the parks as much.
Right.
Okay, now you're talking.
Right, because then that would make sense.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Because what we do fear here is we know that particularly in our district, there's a huge level of inequity. We have people that have, $2 or $3 million homes that sit empty for a quarter of the year, for half the year, and have 12 bedrooms in them, and 6 bathrooms, and they bring all their guests down, and they're using the facilities. And then we have the people who serve those people in our community.
Right.
And they are smashed into mobile homes or into low-cost housing. And so that is part of the concern, and we just see that level of inequity is happening. So I understand the concept of not wanting to impact housing policy through this, but I do think there is a real cost. This is a real cost, particularly when the county's struggling with it.
I'm on board. I'm on board with that, because notice how we couched it in terms of saying, no, we need to make some adjustment into our assumptions for how many human beings are visiting from these land uses. Right. And yes, that is a cost-based approach that would be defensible. Yeah. What I'm trying to steer you away from is more like a means testing that really is not a rate-making principle. But yes. So that reminds me, we've actually done that. One of my earliest assignments with this firm is I helped the city of Olympia, Washington, develop their park impact fee, which is like our park SDC, a special layer for seniors. Right. For seniors housing, because there was data available that says, hey, people living in seniors housing don't use the park system in the same way that others do, and we made use of that data to make the case that they should have a different impact rates. Yes, that's right. So yeah, that's right.
Okay, any more questions?
So how do we get that data?
Oh! Well, that's a really good question. Any chance I can just ignore it and didn't ask it?
Doug, the other way that has been addressed is through scaling. So there is something of an emerging trend in the industry to scale impact fees by the size of the dwelling unit. So rather than the dwelling unit type. So a smaller new dwelling unit of any type would pay a proportionally lower charge based on the expected occupancy. So it adds some complexity to the analysis, but we do see those, and we've done several.
I think that would fit our.
But that's making a judgment that somebody who's living in a smaller number of square feet is paying a difference.
These are all going to be new projects.
And what
they are. They're building those small homes.
What makes that defensible is that we actually do have data on occupancy at different sizes of dwelling unit. So that because as I said, it comes down to the number of human beings, right? Right. So we actually have data that shows that up to a point, a larger dwelling unit typically houses more people up to a point. And so we use that to scale an SDC and then create a maximum SDC that you go over which there's no more fee to charge. So that is an option.
If I could also just revisit, the piece about the hotel lodging, just because that is such a big portion of ours. So first of all, in this calculation, I'm noticing on the one that's on the screen here.
Yeah.
So the growth in system users, so actually, if we didn't count the lodging people, but if we didn't add those in, that number of growth in system users was 1,000 something, right? And so actually that would put our improvement fee per person higher, correct?
So, it would,
Based on the projects.
it would have a couple of different effects.
Okay.
It would, but the main effect, which I think you're noticing, quite logically, is this number goes down, which means this number goes up.
Right.
And I believe, I don't want to commit to this until I actually run the numbers, but there is a possible side effect with some of the eligibility, and I'm thinking particularly of the growth rate possibly, but maybe not. But you'd want to, sometimes that works in unpredictable ways, but I suspect that you are correct, that if we took out the lodging units, if this group found that there is no significant contribution to demand from tourists,
Yeah.
then you would then be able to charge a much higher SDC to the residential land uses.
So, okay, so that begs because I actually feel the opposite way personally, is I feel like we do want to, I feel like they do add demand, and
Okay.
we do activities and events on our properties and in our facilities
Okay.
that accommodate tourists that are coming in. And so I guess that piece, can you walk again through is usually the reason you wouldn't charge for lodging for those short-term or lodging, hotel-type lodging units, that you keep them off the table, is because it deters development? Is that usually why people
Well, that
do
is certainly a consideration. I will tell you, most of the time it just doesn't come up, because in most places we work are not high tourist areas, and it's really what this is designed for. What is quite common, or getting more common, is charging SDCs to non-residential developments in general, which would result in a much smaller charge.
So commercial, you mean? Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
that's
Oh,
right.
Commercial, okay.
So, like in an urban area,
Yeah.
if you see local employees, jogging in the park at lunch, or picnicking in the park at lunch, or that kind of thing, or there's some after-work sports, it's reasonable to say that non-residential development also places some burden on the park system. That burden tends to be small relative to that of residential demand, but it's not zero. It's a way of spreading the cost out. But you would not get numbers approaching what we're talking about for lodging units here, because we're talking about the tourists themselves. That's more of an employment-based calculation, and this is about tourists themselves.
Well, if we're gonna market to, sports tourism, that's something we want anyway.
And is the rate the same? I think you maybe said this, and I just missed it. I was traveling. Would the rate for a single family, for a hotel room, be the same as a single family house?
Well, it's the same in the sense that it starts here.
Right.
The SDC per system user, and then what you multiply that by depends on how we did the calculations.
But how do you,
Yeah.
average system users per night? Because you're not going to say it's 250 people, right, that visit the hotel room during a year.
You may have been in the car when we were talking about this, but notice how I did not. I kind of never said per year or per. So this.
It's a given time.
At any given time, just like you have a certain number of residents at any given time, this would be the number of lodging visitors at any given time. And I will say, when I initially saw this number looks big to me, but I also realized that of the people milling around this city on any given day, it's not just even if there were no tourists, it's not just residents. I mean, there are people commuting in from work from other places. And so your daytime population is not going to be limited to just the residents. So proportionately, maybe it makes the lodging visitors seem not so huge.
So are we selecting the blended rate, or are we creating a fee schedule that will, oh, there you go, yeah. So in our ordinance, are we gonna ask that the county and the city recover fees from dwelling units on the blended rate, or on each individual type of unit that they propose?
So this row in the table is kind of a tease. And what it's teasing is the scaling that John just mentioned a moment ago. If you were to tell us that we want to differentiate the residential SDCs by size, the first step that we would take in that is coming up with a blended residential SDC and then scaling it from there. Because when you scale, the distinction between single family and multifamily goes away. It's just how big is it. So if, however, you are going to, if it is your initial intention to charge the different types of dwelling units, then no, you would not include the blended rate.
Well, we could have a blended rate that would cover all types of dwelling units, is that right?
You could, you could, but here's what could happen. The data upon which these numbers are based it's U.S. Census data, which for the moment is still reliable and easily available. So if you had someone putting up an apartment building, 20 units, let's say, if you charge them an SDC based upon this occupancy assumption, when they could go to the census data and know that their occupancies could be much closer to this, they might have a problem with that. So you could, I'm not sure you should.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, this gets back to avoiding getting sued, or at least losing if you get sued.
Well, I think I heard from some of the board members that they're a little bit frightened away from that $7,300 price for a mobile home when those people are typically least able to make that kind of
That's what that's saying? We're asking them to pay that much?
Well, for a new, if somebody hauls in a new mobile home, if they get a permit for a new mobile home.
Which I think includes what a lot of tiny houses are on.
A lot of tiny houses, and you know, that would mean it'd have to be connected to electricity and plumbing and.
Does the city differentiate on their fees for SDCs depending on what kind of unit it is?
I don't know.
I could not tell you that off the top of my head.
But your
See if I can find
recommendation is,
that.
your recommendation is that we charge based on the dwelling unit as proposed fees.
Yes, that is only because if you wanted to go down the road of scaling, which is not a bad idea, but we don't have that to show you this time.
But what would be the process to get a little more informed about the process of scaling?
Oh, that just gets added to our scope and we do it for you.
But I think what we're struggling with is, you know, the mobile home dwelling unit, that's paid for by the developer. So if somebody comes in and proposes a 100-unit mobile home park, then they would pay that rate.
Which they would then pass on.
But
The location
that they would
pass
then
on the lease.
pass on, right, to their leaseholders, I guess?
Yeah.
So how, does that just go into fees that, or like when they're closing costs and all that?
It's a permit.
Yeah, it's permits.
Yeah,
It's
when they
paid
apply
time
for the permit, then that's when they have to pay for that. That's why we have to have an agreement with both the City of Seaside and Clatsop County, because they both issue permits.
I didn't know that.
But he doesn't have to, that's, as he said, it's the cap.
Yeah, that's the maximum, right.
Well, I'm just trying to understand this whole thing.
Any other questions by the board for Doug?
I'm good.
Okay.
I feel like I've got my head sort of wrapped around everything that you shared with us.
Well, you know where to find us.
Thanks, Doug.
So, I am going to call a recess. We will restart at 6:45. How does that sound? And we can restart
this meeting?
No, the board meeting will start at 6:45.
Yeah, we can't vote on anything on here.
Unless we're in a board meeting, right?
You can, yeah, you're,
We can vote on them during the
you're
public meeting?
absolutely authorized, it's a public meeting, just like the board meeting is. And that's why I kind of just spelled out underneath, Doug's presentation, part of the public hearing is that we are, opening the SDC proposal up for public comment. And I don't know if we have any public comment tonight, but we can make sure there's nobody on Zoom or outside. And then, there's an opportunity, if there was public comment, then one of the reasons that Doug is here is to help address some of those questions, or if there was concerns that were brought. And then the board can review resolution, 01 and, discuss changes to that resolution if they have it. I wouldn't, yeah.
Do we still need this to get reviewed by Eileen, or has it been?
This has already been reviewed and primarily drafted by Eileen. Yeah, she was the composer, the author of this. What is unique is just to our specific circumstances and to the data that's been shared. So, and based on our conversation in July, I only included the ceiling of the charge. But if the board were to decide a different charge, then that's fine, and I think you can do that in this, as part of the ordinance adoption tonight if you want to.
So if this goes through, and so if I was moving into town, I would need to pay $4,679.
If you were building
If you
something.
built a house.
If you were the developer of the property, yeah.
But not buying something.
No.
Yeah, if you just buy a house, no big deal.
So at the time of development,
Brand new stuff.
Now, if you built an addition onto your house, you would probably have to pay something of an SDC for that, wouldn't you?
not,
If it added bedrooms?
well, you don't see anything based on bedrooms here. So, in addition, forgetting the blended rate for a second, if you just have the traditional the three categories of residential, adding a bedroom, you started with a single family residence, and it's still a single family residence when you're done.
The end remains the same.
Exactly. Now, that becomes more complicated when you're scaling.
Right.
But an ADU does take on a new system development charge.
Yes, it can.
What?
Like a guest house or an accessory dwelling unit, yeah.
So
You can put a tiny house in the backyard.
in Oregon, there's still some latitude in how that gets handled. If you were scaling, let's say, it would be simple just to say, okay, well, how many square feet is your ADU, and that's what you charge them. There are other tricks that you can apply. There's no statute that says you have to charge ADUs this way in Oregon. And so we have deployed, and we're seeing, ranging from a city deciding just by policy that an ADU does not represent any incremental demand on park facilities, and so by policy they just say nothing.
But we don't get to decide this, correct? Because my understanding is the city currently does charge for ADUs or guest houses, charges the existing SDC.
So that's an implementation issue that you would need to negotiate with them. I mean, you need a partner who will help you charge it, and so they will have some influence. But in theory, you do have the right to make that policy.
I have a question that's more of a technical, like, if the board, I know the public hearing was a part of our process that we needed to comply with. If the board decides to, pursue a different, level of charge, or maybe ask you to do some additional work,
Right.
phasing in work or something like that.
Right.
Do we have to have a public hearing for that, or if the board delays adoption of the ordinance, do you have to have another public hearing, or does this public hearing satisfy those requirements?
So, and John, I'm gonna ask you to spot me on this, but a common approach that we've seen is just to have the governing body continue the public hearing.
Okay.
And it doesn't mean that you have to come back to it the very next time the board meets, but you should have a date certain.
Okay.
And just hold the public hearing open until you ultimately take action. Because what we warned people, or what we gave notice of in the notice, is just that the board is going to be considering SDCs. You know, there were no numbers in the notice. So I'm gonna pause there. Excuse me. John, do you think there's anything I'm missing there?
Nope, I agree.
Okay.
But, so there's two different things going on here, though. The first is to establish an ordinance that allows us to issue SDCs.
Yeah.
And the second is, what are those SDCs?
That's exactly right.
So we could pass the first ordinance tonight
Yes.
without determining the rate until later.
Absolutely.
So is the rate finding part of the public hearing, is that enough to cause the public hearing to be continued?
Yes, because normally in a when you have an established SBC and you know you're only doing this by resolution, you're adjusting the fees. You still need a public hearing to change the SBC by resolution.
Gotcha. Okay. So board.
Can I ask a question?
Need a motion to close the public hearing?
Well,
We're gonna,
I guess, see, I'm lost. So the $4,679 that if I was building a new house,
Yes.
that money just goes and sits in that comes to us and sits in a fund for when we are developing future projects.
Yes.
So we're making a new budget area.
yes.
A new
You're not wrong.
category, yeah.
A new source of revenue.
I mean, that 2 hours that I missed, I'm still upset about.
You're not lost, you're just bewildered.
And bothered, very bothered. Okay.
So I'm gonna recommend that we discuss resolution 01.
Sorry.
I think we need to check on board comment.
Yeah, there's
Board comment.
Or public, sorry, public.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, you're right, thank you.
Important component of this.
Are there any people waiting online?
There's no, people waiting online, so
I bored them to death.
If you're waiting online, raise your hand. Okay.
Nobody in the hallway.
So seeing, no public comment.
But is there going to be a time that we have some other questions? I do have a couple other questions.
Right now.
Is that
Yes,
okay?
now would
Board
be-
and
Okay.
consultants.
Now would
Okay.
be the time.
Well, I'm just wondering about our process, for instance, like, have we had discussion with the Parks Advisory Committee about if and how our project list, and like, I know we've done our due diligence to see that we don't overlap, but is that us like checking websites and looking for documents, or is that us actually sitting down with the Parks Advisory Committee to see if we have stuff overlapping? And I'm just wondering, like, just sort of as far as process and order goes, what gives me a little bit of ease about it is that if we pass this idea that we're going to do some sort of SBC and pursue an SBC, but we haven't yet determined the rate, we buy ourselves some time to have some discussions and make sure that we've backed up all of our information.
I don't think the Parks Advisory Committee would be a lot of help. They are only an advisory committee. They cannot make a decision. It would be city council that would make a decision.
So we talk to the city council.
Are you mainly concerned about the issue of overlapping projects?
Overlapping projects, I'm really afraid. I fielded 2 calls from community members that are concerned about this. Heard from the planning department that this body was considering this, and both are connected, or either developers are connected to development in the area, and they're very concerned about it. And what I'm afraid of is that even though we've called for a public hearing, we haven't put out the amount that, or potential amount that we're doing, and we're looking at a 150% rate in the SDC rate. And I am afraid, so we're currently at about 10,000. We're proposing adding another $5,000 to that, to the total SDC.
So if somebody applies for a permit in Seaside today, they pay $10,000.
Oh, okay, so your base is the city's SDCs.
Correct.
Okay,
Well,
I was thinking, you guys.
Correct, and I didn't even look at what the county SDC might charge on, I don't know if there are county SDCs.
Not for parks.
They might have transportation.
I'm on the county parks committee, and
There's no SDC?
there's no SDCs that I know of.
And I didn't check other cities like Warrenton. I don't know what Warrenton SDCs are, I just know Seaside. So what I'm worried about is backlash, that we are imposing that large of an increase on SDCs per unit for a city that is in the midst of a housing and homelessness crisis.
Legitimate concern?
And so
I can maybe just shed a little bit of light. I recognize the concern, and it certainly is valid. So the rate has been published. It was in the board packet, and it's in the resolution. So if you turn to page 2 of the resolution, that is right here. So it's in there. In conversations with the city staff, they have attested to what Michael said, in that the Parks Advisory Committee doesn't really have discretion over this. And I think that there is some play, but I feel really confident in the relationship that we have, and also in the knowledge that we are not committing to funding the entire development of the North 40 or a neighborhood park, for example, in the city. We are using the funds that we're allowed to acquire and putting them in this pot, and then when we have the right timing or the right circumstance or the right situation, we're able to use the percentage that we're able to use for that development. I do share your concern. I also share the sentiment that I have expressed a couple times in our process, is that we have very, very, very limited opportunities to find funding in our tax base or in our constituent base without raising rates or pursuing a new property tax rate. This is one of the only ways that the state of Oregon allows us to. And other states have a lot more opportunities for parks, not just parks and recreation districts, but cities to find funding. So I think it's a challenging problem, but I think what I'm interested in, and I think this board is too, is pursuing opportunities for folks to have more spaces and places to recreate in the future. And so it's a balance that we're trying to strike. And I just hope that we keep that in mind, I guess, in our decision.
And it's ensuring that future residents pay their fair share toward the...
Yeah, and then to that point, I think it's also ensuring that we're capturing a percentage of growth for guests, visitors to our area, and that's something that we've really struggled to capture. I think the sentiment that I've heard is that a lot of the programs and services of the district are being funded by the the taxpayers and not necessarily by a lot of the users, which are district non-residents and guests, overnight guests.
I have a question.
Sue?
I mean, again, okay, so are we gonna open the can of worms that, I mean, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to articulate this. So Carolyn came and asked for an exception. Somebody else came and asked for an exception. So are we opening the opportunity that somebody's gonna come in and say, well, I don't wanna pay that because I can't afford it or something, and we're gonna make an exception? Is this a different kettle of fish?
It would require a public hearing.
I don't know how to.
Yeah, the only, our consultants probably have maybe more experience. I know of some park and rec districts that have made exceptions, and they've done it they have a very formal process. I know Tualatin Hills has done it for, low-income housing projects or like large apartment complexes that are, low-income housing. From the beginning, our consultants have discouraged us from making exceptions. And we're not Tualatin Hills Park and Recreation District. We don't have the legal resources to combat challenges, I think, to our STC. So I would just encourage the board to keep that in mind. Whatever you do decide to do, that's what you're going to decide. But I think establishing a rate that is fair and makes sense to you all is probably, and that you intend to apply to all development, I think is probably what's best and safest.
So there's nothing about the development over, called the Pacifica.
Mm-hmm.
And would those fees, I don't know, say it's 40 units. So would that's not any of those, it's a hotel or?
No, those are apartments, so that would be a single.
Multifamily dwelling.
So it's a multifamily dwelling unit, so you're multiplying 3920 by 40, who pays that?
The developer.
The person who
Okay.
applies for the permit.
But then they're gonna pass it on to people that.
Right.
Yeah. I will say, so I've been looking at homes for a really long time. I feel like the average brand new home being built with a single family dwelling unit is gonna cost you upwards of about $600,000 in our, so.
At least.
Yeah, so $4,000 on top of $600,000. It's not.
3/4%.
Yeah, but the one that I really am, and I truly, totally, 100% am on board with you about not changing individual, get why, but man, that mobile home dwelling unit one is hard to stomach because I live next to a mobile home dwelling community. Those things are going for $250,000, $300,000, adding $7,000 on top of that, that's a bigger
But
chunk.
that's the price for the mobile home itself, right? That's not the development charge that's paid by the developer when they start a new.
We have lots of people that put mobile homes on land, on their own land.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So if
work
they-
with both,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's both,
and she's in
Okay.
this district.
yeah.
I mean, is there a reason why that number is almost twice as much?
Because there's so many
It's
people in
because
mobile homes.
they have, the empirical data says that more people live in them, and the data, it's all driven by the per person.
And what we don't know is whether people who live in mobile homes use park services more or less.
Right, that would be.
Which would be, we would
Well-
have to contract to get that data.
I mean,
Well, I can't promise that data exists.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wish I
Well, it could
could,
in our user system.
when I was a novice in this city, Mary Blake asked us to phone, we were trying to get more people swimming. And this is something that I've said before, it's not new, but I remember I called and a child answered the phone, Mom was fixing dinner. And I said something about, oh, hi, I'm calling about swimming. And the little girl is probably 6 or 7, oh, I want to go swimming. And the response of this that came through the child was, my mom says we have to eat. I can't go swimming, we have to eat. And I took that as, oh, you're fixing dinner right now, you can't go swimming right now. And I said, no, we're talking about, you come to the pool and go swimming, and swimming lessons and that kind of thing. And she said, and the little girl responded, my mommy says, we have to choose to eat. We don't have money to go swimming. And so I looked at, I don't know what kind of dwelling that was, but that still sticks in my craw that this child wasn't, and that's why I went to Mary Blake, and we found a way to let that child get a scholarship to get in the pool. But, you know, I think about, what if that was a mobile home unit, and there's a child there that should be learning to swim, and they're passed on an additional fee that means that they don't have the money. I mean, does that just backtrack into, we find a child that doesn't have money, so we give them another scholarship? I don't know. I'm trying to understand how to help our bottom line, and at the same time get a valuable skill of how to swim to children that may not be able to afford that.
So I guess my question, so do you think SDCs are gonna impact that in any way?
I'm bothered by the $7,300 for a mobile
For the
home unit.
new mobile home?
I understand, that's what it says.
Yeah, I get it. Any other questions from the board?
Well, I just wanted to check on whether or not some of this graduated fee structure according to square foot, because I think that is part of the big inequity that we see here, is people building, 4,000 or 5,000 square foot houses here, and then cramming a bunch of people into small little units. And the sort of that, and I just checked ChatGPT for this, and I see there's some analysis about this, but I'm wondering if you all have analysis of how that can be done well.
We've done it several times.
That way, okay.
I will, so the first thing I will tell you is, yes, we can absolutely do that defensively, and solve that problem in part. I will also tell you that you're probably not gonna like where we cut it off, because the data set that we use will tell us where the correlation between size and occupancy ends. And that is the point where we would establish a maximum SDC. So if you're going to build a 5,000 foot McMansion, you're probably not going to pay an SDC on the last, 1,200 or 1,000 square feet of that.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, it's still number of human beings is still the focus.
Yeah.
And the correlation only goes up to a certain size. And then you have a lot of empty nesters rattling around in very large homes, and that is part of the data set.
But it would help smaller units,
Yes, that's right.
smaller dwelling units.
Yeah.
That's right.
Under 1,000 square feet or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The other way to look at this too is that for me personally, I feel like I'm looking at this data and I'm envisioning our current community, right? Like, we already have this, mobile home park, and manufactured home park, and we have all these mansions and all this. But what is it going to look like in the future? Are they going to build another manufactured home park somewhere that this fee is going to? We don't really know.
Yeah.
And trying to keep in mind, again, that it's new development. So I feel like what the new development that has been going on a lot is the single family dwelling, some multifamily dwelling, but you're not seeing the manufactured home parks.
I think you're gonna see more lodging units and just more hotels. You're gonna see a lot of these one-level homes that are on the south part of town, for instance. They're gonna say, gee, my house is underbuilt for my lots, I need to add a second story here or something, they might add a second story to their unit there, and that might bring in an SDC cost there if they're gonna increase the footprint, or basically stay on a footprint and then tear it down and build a bigger building.
I think I need a definition of a mobile home, and I don't mean to be silly. Well, it's like, are we talking about somebody drives their trailer onto a piece of land and finds a way to put some sort of foundation down, is that a mobile home?
If they apply for a permit.
Mobile homes, whether they're manufactured home, might be more.
See, to me, a manufactured
Requires a
home,
foundation.
if I'm bringing in a 5,000 square foot fancy thing that I put on wheels and move down the street, that's something where to me, the income basis for the person moving in seems to be higher than, you know, the mobile home that, somebody is able, like a single wide, and is able to fit, you know, they and their 3 children and a dog. I mean, so is the mobile home, is there a differentiation of what a mobile home is? So the 73, because I wouldn't blink about charging somebody who's buying one of those double wide and planting it on a piece of ground. That's fine, $7,300, add that, but the person who can barely manage to scrape by and they're trying to find a job.
Well, it all comes down to, did that person apply for a permit to put their you know, and they probably aren't, if that's, you know.
But even if they did, I think the point is that the person in the broken down trailer versus the person buying a double wide, putting it on a expensive piece of land with a view, those are 2 people both using our service.
Yeah.
And that they should pay the same is sort of the philosophy.
Yeah.
They're using it equally.
I think one of the pieces, and this might be better research, I mean, one of the things I think we might want to do is have a workshop on this, because I still have a lot of questions. Like, I do have some questions about the fairness of landing this on, when we know we have a housing issue, if we're landing this as a way to bring in more revenue. I get it, and I think it's a legit way to get some revenue. But then I have, you know, we're still offering discounts on pickleball for Deerheart residents that are coming in. Like, that's another way to bring in revenue, is to have, so, and basically what, we wouldn't be able to apply these SPCs to either Deerheart or Cannon Beach. So, right?
Unless they keep.
So in other words,
Yeah.
those residents are not going to pay for their part of our expanded capacity. Which sticks with me, because those are the highest income people in our county.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is yet another way that we are on the backs of our lower income residents subsidizing capacity for some of the wealthier people in our community.
You also mentioned that you have done like a phasing in approach. I mean, maybe that's
I like that a lot,
something to consider. What does that sort of look like? Is it like 6 months, a year, like, or whatever we want? How does that?
5 years.
Well, the true answer is it can be whatever you want. The most common that we see are in the 3 to 5 year range. And the way that, if you want to go in that direction, what I would recommend, although you don't have to do it this way, I would suggest that your resolution that adopts the SPCs and specifies what people are going to pay. My suggestion would be, if you know you want to phase it in gradually over time, I would specify each phase-in level and the timing of its implementation. In other words, putting the whole thing on autopilot.
So like have that chart and be like, at a year it'll be this, at 2 years it'll be this, at 3 years it'll be
Year
this.
1, year 2, year 3.
I had one client in Eastern Oregon that was very savvy. They absolutely could not stomach the level of SDCs that we calculated for them. And they said, there's no way this is going to fly. But what they did was they set a 20-year phase-in schedule that phased up those SDCs to the maximum level that we calculated, thereby creating a default option. Like at any time, the governing body can jump off of that schedule and adopt something different. But if you don't do anything, then this default schedule will determine what happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very clever approach. I had not seen that before. But I would recommend whatever implementation you're interested in. I think it makes sense to just specify it all and put it on autopilot. And one one reason or one added benefit of that is while you are ramping up your SDC during an implementation period, you're not going to be escalating by a cost index because the SDC is still going to be under your control. There's no need to hedge yet because you are still controlling the level of the SDC, and whatever you arrive at is still going to be under the maximum, at or under the maximum allowed. So escalation would not really be a factor at that point. Escalation is kind of your get out of jail free card for going above what you've calculated in your methodology. So because that's not an issue, specifying the implementation over multiple years even still works fine in the initial resolution.
You know, that, I think that it's kind of dangerous, and kind of kicking the can down the road like that, because we're missing opportunities to start growing sooner.
Oh, that is a trade-off. Yeah.
And, you know, Seaside has limited urban growth area, unless the city is able to expand that. You know, the opportunities are going to be very limited.
Yeah.
For anyone to do any kind of construction there.
That is a trade-off.
You know, and basically, you know, people are going to be tearing down the house and building new places. I've been involved with doing stuff like that. You probably have too. But, you know, I think we should enact an ordinance, and maybe then we could possibly consider, you know, deciding on what the rate should be. If we want to adjust the rate, but I think we ought to be equitable, you need to be uniform in your approach to this, I think.
Well, you can still,
you need to simplify it.
you can still have uniformity in the way that for the kind of equity that I've been talking about, because you would be phasing up. Oh, I'm still not controlling that. Okay.
Where do you want to go?
I wanted to go up the slide. Oh, first class. That's this one. Yeah. So this is the number that you would be phasing. If you phase in, this is ultimately the number you'd be phasing in up to whatever level, not to exceed this. And then that would then spread out into the individual land uses in a uniform way, and that's fine, because you would be at any given time, all the land uses would be treated equally not in the sense that their SDCs are equal, but it's the same it's the same charge per person.
I have a math question that I want to propose, and my brain is getting very tired with numbers.
Can I use logarithms?
We have the projected growth. We have what we would potentially charge for SDCs. We also have the amount of up to what we can pay on each project. But what I would like to know is how much potentially would we be raising in like a few, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, there's actually a really simple answer to that. Because over the forecast period, let's say that development happens exactly as forecasted. Right. Over the forecast period.
I realize all this is hypothetical.
Yeah, this is what you raised.
That's right there.
That's the number.
So 13.
In 15 years.
Yeah.
20, what's
yeah,
25 to 40
years.
is 15 years, so that's ever so slightly shy of $1 million a year.
Yeah.
So there was no logarithms required there.
Perfect.
God bless you.
I knew it was a math thing. I just needed to like wrap my head around the understanding of the math thing.
So, board, we've been at this for 2 hours.
I know, can I ask a dumb question? Now, see, I'm in the weeds. So, the 7,300 per mobile home, how does that compare to the 2,663?
Okay.
Let's multiply by the number of people.
No. But if they're paying 7,300, why do we have 2,663?
Okay, that's fair. So so this number is per system user,
Right,
which these are the system users,
Right.
which is a combination of residents and tourists, right?
right.
Okay. So now, you're gonna charge an individual land use, a specific, not just a specific home, but a specific type of home. So, when you charge this, what you need to figure out for each category you're actually gonna charge, how many system users are on average in that type of dwelling unit? And so, is this gonna work for me?
Sure.
Fantastic. So based upon census data, which is where all of this comes from,
Right.
on average, there's 1.76 residents inside a single family dwelling unit in this part of the world. On average, there are 2.75 people residing in a mobile home dwelling unit in this part of the world. And so that number that you just saw, the 2,663, is multiplied by each one of these to get the number that you see over here.
Okay.
So it matters, that's why the census data matters so much, is because it's people, it's the human beings that drive the demand, and so we have to figure out how many human beings are in each one of these. And these are averages, but they do come from a credible source.
Could you go back to the other screen there? Because there's one thing that I want all board members to recognize too. So before we get too excited about that $13 million that would be raised, we have to raise an additional $26 million
That's a great
To
in
pay
point.
for
order
the
to
project,
spend
right.
that $13 million.
Exactly.
That's a great point, because your total project cost is $47.5 million.
Oh, sorry, I'm off I thought the total project cost was $39 million.
So yeah, if you're actually gonna,
Yeah.
if you're actually gonna build the project list, then you need to come up with another 34 million of other monies.
But if you go, can you go back, project, keep going, yeah, go back. Sorry. the-
Other direction?
Yeah, there.
There, that's the one I
So
was
if
looking
we did decide that we wanted to use the SDC fund on a new community aquatics facility, and that aquatics facility, which was budgeted at this time for $32 million, and we could use 11.5 of that $1 million for that aquatics facility, and we would only have to fundraise, generate revenue for the other
20 million or so.
Yeah,
63.5%.
that's correct, that is correct.
That's a number, I think, that resonates. Sorry.
That's doable.
With me,
Yeah.
a lot more, because, well, if we were like to bond our constituents,
Right.
to be able to say, well, we have.
12 million in the bank.
12 million in the bank
Yeah.
because we've been collecting SDCs and preserving them for this opportunity. Now we
Right.
only need to bond for, as opposed to 32 million. And I should say that number was generated based on, comparable size, what we think we would be looking at to replace the Sunset Pool with modern amenities. And, Nehalem is just about to open, and their aquatic facility was around $19 million, but that's now.
Mhm.
And it's a little bit smaller than I think what we would probably want to have in our facility. So,
Yeah.
a conservative estimate at this time.
Yes.
So board, we have been at this for 2 hours. The horse is pretty well beaten to death. So I'm gonna look for, where do we go from here? Is there a motion
Motion to what?
to, adopt an ordinance?
We need to do that.
I think we should adopt the ordinance.
Adopt the resolution?
The ordinance first.
I suggest the ordinance first, and feel free to do that separately, because that can go into effect, and you can adopt actual SPCs by resolution when you feel like it. I mean, you're not on the clock here.
The way I'm reading this is this establishes the rate for the FCCs, or does
That's
that,
the resolution.
oh, am I looking at the wrong one?
So I kind of package this as being
the ordinance and resolution is working conjunctively, and that's because, at the conclusion of our July meeting, when Doug was here, that's the feedback that I got from the board, was that the board would likely, at that time, it seemed, or asked me to prepare a resolution that included the ceiling, of the SDC. So, yeah, I think he's right. You can enact the ordinance, and then we can adopt the resolution later as contingent on the rate that you, or the charge that you decide to pursue.
But we don't have text for, do we have text for a standalone ordinance?
We don't, but you
You don't need that?
You can develop that yourself. So you know how to have a motion and a vote on it, and that's what an ordinance essentially is.
So, you would ask one of the board members to, move to authorize the district to proceed with SDCs and come up with a fee schedule?
Hold on, I want to make sure I understood something here. So do you have an ordinance?
Yeah, but when she gave it to me, when our council gave it to me, she called it a resolution. And so I think there's some, but yeah, we have it, and it's right here. This is ordinance, or resolution 2025-2601, establishing systems development charges.
Yeah.
Yeah. It has all the whereases and the whodunits.
Oh, okay. So what I'm seeing is there's provisions for accounting, there's provisions for credit qualifying public improvement, expenditure. So yeah, okay. So you have, this is the required language. Okay. So you put this in one document. I see now. So this is perfectly appropriate. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing it this way. Yeah, you can do it this way.
But I think what is included is the ceiling. So if you want to deviate from this, then I think you would just establish, have a motion for what you want staff to be able to do. And I don't think we would adopt this resolution unless you want to change these numbers right now to have what you think.
Well, the only thing we need to say is to change the current rate to the maximum rate.
This is the maximum.
That's the maximum.
Right, but the text says that it's.
It does say that,
current
just
rate.
because this is the legal document that will be shared with our partners who will collect the IG, or collect the charge.
But if we said in that language just above the table, if we said that the following fee schedule represents the maximum that can be charged for system development charges, then does that make this all okay?
So in your resolution, what you're concerned with is what you're actually going to charge. And if someone looked at that and wonders, gosh, can they legitimately charge this much? Then they would go to our report, which serves as the statutory SEC methodology, is what they call it. But our report does the homework of justifying the maximum fee. So we've shown the work as far as what you can charge. What goes into the resolution is what you actually intend to charge.
So, but this is the ordinance authorizing the resolution. I mean, it's bundled, but
Yeah.
but if we keep that mindset that this ordinance authorizes the resolution, then the ordinance stipulates the maximum that can be charged, and
No.
when we come back with the resolution later.
No, you don't have to do it that way, because it's the methodology, it's our report that sufficiently justifies the maximum. Now you can, if you can adopt that as an attachment to, or an exhibit to the resolution. That's a good idea, to make sure it's in the record. So that's very commonly seen. but having the combined, the numbers that you want to see in the actual body of the resolution is the set of numbers that you actually intend to charge.
Well, so that's, I'm still kind of not following, so I don't know if
Right.
it's, like, I'm not following, it seems to me if we vote on this and adopt this, we have just adopted both the ordinance and the resolution.
Yes,
Exactly.
that's right.
Yes.
So, yeah,
Which
because.
is, what I'm hearing is our board is not comfortable with that.
Yes,
What we
that's
want to
right.
do is adopt the ordinance that says we're gonna do something, and we have the math to prove what we could do.
Right.
And coming later would be a resolution
Right.
saying this, we resolve that these are the set rates.
But you don't have that.
But we don't have the set rates now.
Well, what I'm saying is you don't have a separate ordinance.
You don't have this ordinance that articulates what you just said, they're bundled, so, I'm trying to
Well,
figure out.
so can we adopt this bundled ordinance and resolution, remove this with the amendment that we remove the chart with the fee structure to be established by resolution at a later date, and just replace the chart with that?
Or can we remove the chart altogether and
Yeah.
not stipulate what we're gonna charge?
Yeah.
I don't think.
I don't,
I don't think.
I mean, you could do that, I'm trying to figure out why you would.
Because we're not enforcing these, we don't want to enforce these maximum rates at this time. Or we haven't decided.
We want to give ourselves the power to establish rates, but we haven't established those rates yet.
Oh, and that's perfectly appropriate.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So my suggestion would be, when you are ready to set the rates, that's when you adopt a combination document.
Okay, but right now, we're ready, I'm jumping in, but I think what I hear from the rest of the board is that they're ready to establish the ordinance, but they're not ready to establish the resolution.
And if
So
you had a standalone ordinance, you could adopt it, but.
How do we
have
move
a
forward?
motion to, oh, go ahead.
If I may.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I thought the solution I heard a minute ago would work pretty well to just take out the fee section of what you have and establish that the board will set the actual fees by resolution. That's how we see it. As long as what you've got is an ordinance, then you can just take out the fee setting and establish that later by resolution.
So,
Now, I'm not looking at it, but would that work?
is there any reason to do that, though? I mean, with just the document saying, we're gonna charge something down the line, but not actually specifying what we're gonna charge, there's not really any point to doing it separately.
Right.
So you may as well just do it all at once,
So-
whether we're doing it today or next time. And I think the questions that need to be asked of kind of all of us, so we can try and get the consensus of, A, are you ready to say, yes, we want the district to do SDCs? And what are you leaning? This is too much? Should we revisit the fees? I am ready to say that I think that we should do SDCs, and I think this is fine.
So my question to you is budget timing. Was there, this is August, we knew in June, we've just started a fiscal year, so was there thought that we'd get this, get everything done today, put it into effect in September?
But I don't think this was anything that we planned on spending, because you have to have so much of it accumulated.
Nobody's gonna start building houses in
No,
November.
but I wondered if in looking at putting this program into effect, if there was a forward-looking thought that, okay, this will start
Sure.
accumulating in September.
We were not anticipating a September start date. I think we were anticipating some of this kind of dialogue and process to occur, and maybe a start date of January 1st, 2026, or sometime around there. We still have not completed intergovernmental agreements with the city and county to make sure that they can collect the fee on our behalf, and so there's just some other process things that will take additional time.
So to follow up with Catherine's comments, I'm perfectly good with the resolution as it is right now, with the prices in there. I'm okay with everything.
I agree with Catherine. I think we should adopt it, the way it's been presented right now.
Can I just ask a clarifying question then? Is everybody saying that we should go ahead and authorize these amounts to be charged?
That's what I'm saying.
without
But-
consideration of a tiered structure
If
or some
if
other.
somebody wants to come forward with a different structure,
Can I
later, we'll
ask
look
another
at it.
question?
I'm okay with these amounts, it being the total. So if we wanna do, I'm fine with a tiered, if we wanna set.
But if we adopt this, it is in effect.
Correct, yes, so
it's
I'm
not a
just
tiered,
trying to
okay.
move us along. So if we would like more discussion about, yes, some of that would make you feel more comfortable, I'm fine with just putting this in place right now. But if we wanna do tiered, I'm fine with tiered. We can do 6 months and a year and 2 years and whatever.
What I would suggest is if you don't have the consensus that you need, I think we should close the public hearing and we will revisit the resolution. But I would like to see you continue to discuss
Yeah.
so that I know what are we doing with the resolution that needs to change it. So
Well,
whether that's the scaled in, which I think you mean instead of tiered. Tiered
Yes.
kind
Scaled
of,
No,
Both,
like phased in
No.
over time,
yes,
not
but also
tiered.
looking at the
Not-
square footage. I'm interested in knowing
Okay,
more
the
about the
scaling
square
plan
footage
too, yeah.
piece as opposed, like the,
But to be, I mean, neutral-ish, it sounds like you have 3 of the 5 board members that are
You
ready
could
to
pass.
move forward with the resolution as presented.
I don't know, I feel like, as a board, we always talk about things and come to a consensus, and that's why we work well as a board, so I'm not like, this is, I want my, just real quick though, you said close the public hearing, you said we should leave the public hearing
Recess,
open.
recess to public.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant recess, and then,
Okay.
next month or 2 weeks or whenever you wanna convene again, then we'll open the public hearing again.
I also think it might behoove us. I mean, is it advisable to pass a motion that the board votes to adopt an SDC, intends to adopt an SDC, and will move forward with working with staff to develop an approach to the rates that will be voted on and included in the combined ordinance and resolution. This way, we signal to the public that, yes, we do intend to impose an SDC, which to me, because part of my concern is whether not like Warrenton knows that we're doing this, or that, like, and again, and I haven't, that's on me, I should have talked to you about it, but I don't know who all has been included in the conversations, and I feel like,
Warrenton, so I think, point of clarity, like, they don't have, so we don't need Warrenton's permission. I mean, I
no,
know
but they'd
that
be imposed in the new, like, there's a whole
the
big.
addresses are in Warrenton, but they don't have anything to deal with Warrenton city. That's what the county would impose for us.
But
So like
anything
a
built,
Colby
in
Lake address,
Uh-huh.
for instance, has a Colby Lake house has a Warrenton address, but that wouldn't be collected by the city of Warrenton, that would be collected by the county.
so, but do the develop, so there's, I think, a 400 unit development going in Warrenton.
But is
So
it
that's-
in our
it's
district?
not in
It's
the
our
district.
district.
I don't know if that would, so I don't know which.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, so my curiosity is this will affect development in Warrenton, it will add a cost in
In our-
Warrenton.
Only
They're not in the
only if it's in our district.
If they're in our district, right, that will add a cost in the district. And, like, I haven't talked to any of those residents, or developers that work there, or,
But our district ends at like Colby Lake.
well, wherever it is.
Well, Pacifica
Right.
is coming, we know that. That's 40 units?
In other words, we're imposing this additional cost to that area, and it will affect development.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
At a
real.
certain
We,
point,
did our
But it
our
will
best to
affect the
comply
demand for our
with
services.
the, legal requirements to inform the public. And we work closely with, the Bowman Group and Doug and their experiences. We issued a public notice in the paper, we put out social media, we've had the methodology and stuff available on our website for, I think, 60 days, at least since June, and printed versions too. And I also have concerns that maybe we didn't hit all of the intended audiences, but I'm not sure how else to do that. The only other opportunity to connect with them was be direct mailing, and there was that was an inefficient use of the district resources, because there's some 4,000 developers or contractors that are listed that have business licenses through either the city or the county, and corresponding with each of those folks was
Yeah.
deemed to be just not good use of the time or inconclusive.
I wouldn't think a mailing would be
Yeah.
a good use of time, but I do worry, for instance, I know
Sure.
I don't know him, but I know the Warrenton mayor, for instance, has a very large and dedicated social media following.
Sure.
I would not want this to surprise that.
But again, it doesn't affect him or any of his constituents
Yeah.
unless they're a developer, because
Unless they're building
the
a house.
boundaries, you gotta, Warrenton starts, like past Camp Rayleigh.
Right.
Our district boundaries end at Sunset Beach Lane. Okay, so, even though somebody that lives in Surf Pines or Colby Lake they write Warrenton on their address, they don't pay any taxes to Warrenton. Their taxes all go to the county.
But is that their mayor?
No, they don't have a mayor.
No, that's.
Oh, they don't, oh, I don't know that, yeah, I don't know where I don't know who
The post office box is Warrenton, but they're not
it's
inside the
in,
city.
because it's in a
Yeah.
unincorporated, okay, so I don't know.
Kinda like people that live in Jewel, they have a Seaside address,
Yeah.
but they don't, Mayor Wright is not their mayor, they live in unincorporated Clatsop County.
Got
They
it.
would-
Okay, that's the
Yeah.
part I don't, so I don't know who those players are that might
Yeah.
raise a big ruffle because
Sure.
they feel taken by surprise. That's the part I'm.
Yeah, I only
wondering
know
about.
that we've worked really hard to inform the county and, city of Seaside of this, and I would assume that they have things in place, with the IGAs being approved, that would let the county commissioners and the city of Seaside City Council have some level of
Yeah.
authorization too. But yeah, I don't know exactly how to.
How would I get all those,
Yeah.
I see
Okay.
the problem, okay.
The horse is dead.
Do you think that
We
the
beat it.
Seaside City Council understands this?
I think that our meetings are on YouTube and
Yeah,
are
they watch.
publicly available.
Yeah.
The
I
mayor
haven't,
watches all
I
of
haven't
that.
had, yeah, I don't,
Well, I keep told to watch TV, you know.
So
So do
we
we
need
want a
to
motion?
land this, a motion to either recess the meeting or recess the public hearing and come back later, or a motion to adopt an ordinance.
Or just to enact, SDCs and, do a resolution determining fees later.
Yes, well, that would be the ordinance.
Yeah.
Well, it would be an ordinance, because we don't have an ordinance ready, but we could have a motion
Authorize
authorizing the
to
creation of.
develop an ordinance.
A resolution, isn't it all here?
We are not doing this whole resolution because we don't want to discuss the fees later. But I will make a motion that the Sunset Empire Park and Rec District, enacts service. System development charges with a resolution about fee structure to come at a later date. Is that,
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? We'll roll call vote this time. All in favor? Catherine?
aye.
Michael?
Aye.
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 Okay.
I am gonna call, recess.
So do we need a motion for recess?
I don't think we do. Do we need a motion for recess? I'm gonna call a recess until 7:45. Is that okay with everybody? Bio break, stretch your legs. Get some,
No, I just like the trend.
some sugar in your body or
I'm just
something.
asking about my dog. How long do you think the meeting is gonna run?
How much
Here's
more
the
time do
dog
you have?
before. what?
There's no zoning ordinance in Seaside. You can put a mobile home anywhere on any lot.
Any property, I know, that's
And that
right.
kind of screws up.
Some of the calculus, right.
But that's the way it is.
Isaiah,
There are, there's some pockets like that.
She might be in the bathroom.
Hillside Loop.
That's
And
where
then you
I'm,
go up the hill, you got all the new development up there with Erica and some other people.
Right.
New homes and stuff. I hardly ever
Well,
go up
and
there.
it is tough, because some of these tiny homes now are built on trailers, and so they qualify as a manufactured home, unless you build them on a foundation, then they're single family.
Well, out here, you still have to put them on a foundation for you know, like a. Yeah.
isn't that fun?
Okay, it's 7:45. A siren is much more fun. It's 7:45, and I am calling the board meeting of the Sunset Empire Park and Recreation District to order. We have had public comment from Marty. Is there any other public comment?
There's no other public comment.
Okay, correspondence.
The only correspondence is actually from the district to the city of Seaside. And as you probably gathered, if you read correspondence, we were approached by the Seaside Civic and Convention Center General Manager Brian, who asked to share or offered a donation of some lightly used items from the convention center. This is something that has happened previously, but this correspondence just to acknowledge that donation and the value of those items. Some round tables that we'll be able to use here at the meal site, some risers for certain productions and things that maybe we'd like to have down the road, and then some acoustic sound shows that would be really helpful for some events here and maybe even at the SRC.
Awesome. Thank you, City of Seaside. So in our response, we're telling them we'd like to express our gratitude, or are we actually expressing our gratitude? Just a thought.
I appreciate the edit. And,
No,
we
I
haven't
haven't
sent this
said
to
nice.
them yet, so.
I get the wedding invitation to say, we'd like to invite you to, wait a minute, you'd like to, or you are inviting me? So, all of that stuff aside for a moment, we would like to take a bit of a time out and honor an awesome employee this month, Gwen Smith. And Gwen is not here today, but I'm going to read her story anyway. Gwen has been a valued part of our team for the past 3 years, and this summer she's truly come into her own. Balancing her time between preschool and Water Village is no easy task, but Gwen does it all with kindness, dedication, and quiet strength. She has a calm, supportive presence that helps every child feel seen and safe, especially those who need a little extra attention. This season, Gwen has grown tremendously, stepping into her role with care, consistency, and a genuine love for what she does. She's earned the trust and appreciation of her teammates and the children alike, and we feel incredibly lucky to have her on our team. She has a calm, supportive presence that helps every child feel seen and safe, especially those who need a little extra attention. This season, Gwen has grown tremendously, stepping into her role with care, consistency, and a genuine love for what she does. Gwen Smith, you are our August Employee of the Month, and thank you for everything you do. So, the minutes. I'm sorry, wait a minute, I've got to make sure I'm on the right.
That's correct.
Approval of minutes. Sorry, you have a question?
I have two comments, because I didn't get to actually say anything about it beforehand. So it comes back to the same thing I've said before, you know, but this is a little different. It said who was present and, you know, under also present. And what we've got is 3 of us in board comment thanked the young man Calvin. And remember, Calvin popped in for a moment and popped out?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is simply a question, even though he really wasn't here, all 3 out of us, of our 5, said something about, him being here. And so is there a way to say, under recognition of him that, thank you, Calvin briefly attended to, because it just looks a little strange, because my comment says Coddington thanked him for attending the meeting.
So would you be okay if we just added Calvin to the also present under attendance?
Well, he wasn't, it's like when I was 2 hours late, I was absent, and I thought that, I came in for the last hour, so I don't know if that's ever been added that I was there for the last hour.
Okay.
Calvin was here for.
Okay, we'll adjust the minutes to note that
I would
Calvin.
just point out though, that before we move to changing our procedure in this, that we don't account for everyone present in the audience every time, do we? No, I think these are officials.
See,
In the past, honestly, we have never even accounted for other district staff besides myself.
Right.
We started doing that, for Isaiah or for Chris when they were here.
Mhm.
But I think, the meeting, the record is for the board and for the public to be able to verify that the board is engaged in the work, not necessarily so much for the employee of the month. But if you want to,
Well, or any guest presenters.
because literally, he popped in and popped out. That isn't like just attending. I just was curious since we all.
Okay, so are we good with the minutes as they are now?
Well, there's one spelling thing, Skylar just needs to add an S or a.
Where's that?
On executive director report, you just need to add a D, shared.
Thank you.
Other than that, I was fine. I didn't want to add Calvin, I just wanted to know, because I still think if I attended for an hour, I'm still attending. But Calvin was popping in and out.
Okay, do we need to amend the minutes, or do we just simply need to approve the minutes?
It's that one letter.
I feel like we need to approve the minutes, because I think changing it to add somebody changes protocol, and I'm not sure that that's.
I don't think we need to add him, we just need to do one spelling thing.
Okay.
To me,
Okay.
that's a simple
So to
approval, isn't it?
amend the
I
executive director's report, and then is there a motion?
That we approve the meeting minutes with the one spelling error correction from July 22nd, 2025.
I'll second.
All in favor, Catherine?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Celeste? Sue? Aye. Financial.
So I got to ask Chris today a dozen questions, so I move that we accept the financials as written, because.
I have one possible edit. Under revenue and expense report, we don't have a balance sheet, do we? Under the revenue and expense report, under total revenues, it lists the budget as 1.7 million and change. And I'm quite sure I would never vote for a budget that had a revenue of half of what we intended to spend. So, I've talked to Skylar, he's gonna adjust that number to make sure it complies with what's in the actual budget document. It's just
a transfer error from the
Yeah, it's just a Scrivener's error. But if anybody else notices that, it's gonna be fixed, and we'll get the actual number.
You're absolutely right.
Any other comments about the, financial report?
No, but I'll second Sue's motion. Right, you
So
made the motion?
yes, but I just went into that monologue while there was a motion on the floor. That's why I'm looking at you. Why?
Oh, I'll second the motion with the adjustment to the Scrivener's error.
Okay.
How about that?
That's awesome.
I agree.
We have a motion and a second. Catherine?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Celeste? Sue?
Aye.
And Kyle is aye as well. Isaiah, pull up your soapbox and take a stand.
Get over here.
Do you want to advance, or would you like me to?
I guess I can do it. He made it easy.
I'm happy to. But You got it, I'm sure you can manage.
I'm not gonna be able to attend meetings because he's babysitting.
Oh,
And then go back to school.
that's fair.
Well, you all know me, but, I'm Isaiah, and I've been here for like 8 years or whatever. But, about me, just a little update. This was Aspen Hazel and I on the 4th of July this last year. Hazel's now 3 years old, and she's actually starting preschool, in like a week. So she's next week.
Way to go, Hazel.
So, wow.
Are you gonna cry?
Aspen probably will. I might have a tear. And we recently got a dog, so now we have a dog and 2 cats. It's a full family. And this thing that Hazel loves to do, she loves to sing and dance, and recently her favorite movie is
K-pop Demon Hunter.
Demon Hunter.
What?
Loving it. K-pop Demon Hunter. It's like a world.
Number one movie.
I have no clue.
My grandkids are into it.
It's a great movie. I
My
watched it with
Grandson's 10 months old, so don't know that.
So just jumping right into what I do, it's pretty much the same as last time, just checking in with employees for tech issues every day, or they talk to me, keeping computers and software updated and our servers as the monthly things. Setting a tech rental, it's not necessarily a daily thing, but it could be if there's a rental every day. Mapping out your project improvements for the district, and working on our database and adding new features and all that stuff. Fixing code, you know. So just going to some recent projects that I've been in charge of is, the big one I would say is our SOC door access project. So I mentioned this last time that this was something I wanted to do, and with the security grant that Darren was able to get us, I was able to do this project, or at least start what the future will look like. Is I completed 4 of our main entrances, which are our main entrances at the SOC. And then our staff break room and our SOC networking room. They all have the door readers that I purchased. And since April of 2025 is when I first implemented one of the door readers. There's been over 3,800 door entries with the reader, which is crazy, I would say. So, just for reference, any of the door readers, they all have, the outside ones, they have facial recognition. If they set it up, it's the card reader with the card, or it's unlocking from their phone if they have the app set up. So there's multiple different ways of entry. Oh, there's also PIN codes, but we don't really use those for employees. But with those modes of access, there's been almost 4,000 entries, which is amazing. And Darren and I were able to come up with an in-house solution for the panic doors, the panic bars. Instead of a manufacturer's $600 push bar piece, we came up with our own solution for around $35 a door. That's per push bar.
So what is the panic bar?
It's a one hand, you have to have one hand release to get out of the fire exit. You have to be able to open the door with
Of
one
course you
hand.
know.
Yeah, so that's a panic bar right there.
Yeah, you have to be able to open the door with one hand to turn the knob.
Well, don't the doors come?
So they come with a panic bar, but when we wanted to install the door readers, the panic bar has to get pushed in manually when the door reader swipes their card. And so we had to basically engineer a in-house solution so that little panic bar would get compressed and the door would be able to be unlocked from the outside.
That's very fun.
That's awesome.
It was really great.
Congratulations.
This is a fun project.
That should be a light bulb award, because you saved a whole bunch of money for the district.
Thank
you.
You could patent that. Darren and I have been talking about it. But, we'll see.
You mean the district could patent that?
There's your money.
And then just along with this project, I was able to also increase the networking capacity ahead of the Wi-Fi and camera equipment I will talk about later. And I don't know what the volume is on this, but this is actually a little video that plays to show an example of how it actually works. Yeah, I'm just walking up to the video.
Have to take your
Like
stuff.
the Kardashians in the background.
It says your name. Like,
Very
welcome
cool.
right there.
Nice.
Welcome, blah, 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 whoever it is. So, and this is kind of for foreman entrances. And actually, the HFT was actually the first one. I didn't count that because this was just the SRC that I was calculating. But the HFTS is like for all of our coaches or anything sport related that they need to get into that building. And it's been working amazing for them.
So, wait, the door that I wind up complaining to people about that gets propped open, that's now gonna have, those coaches will be able to get in and out without having to prop the door?
Are you talking about the HFTF or the northern SRC door?
Yeah, the northern door.
Yeah, so those have been implemented on here. And the hope is, we didn't want to surprise them this year and like, hey, you can't do that this year, but the hope is for this next coming season that they use this option rather than propping the door. Does that answer the question?
Well, every time I was instructed, every time I drive by, look to see if that door is secure. And if it's
I did
not.
out of instinct too, honestly, but
Yeah, it's like, okay, I look at it every time I drive by.
So moving on to the Broadway field, which I also mentioned last time, this was kind of like a project that we worked in coordination with the school district to get ready for their sports season, so the softball crow's nest, the football crow's nest, and the baseball crow's nest. Basically, they wanted the availability of internet and then also to be able to stream their games from the crow's nest. So they have a camera out there, but they need a way to get it to and upload it to the internet. So what I did was I put in an omnidirectional antenna on the pool that allowed us to kind of throw out this bandwidth that wireless bridges on each of the crow's nests capture that allow network traffic to pass through airways. And each crow's nest has Wi-Fi and spots for cameras, and there's also a spot for a security camera as well. I can add, which the football one has currently. So that kind of covers the football entry door. Yeah.
I know that my coworker will ask me this question, Wi-Fi for like entry. I know that you're talking about crow's nest, but like, is the Wi-Fi able to reach where they have their gates?
Like,
Because they want to run their computers and their card processing, and they need Wi-Fi.
the gates.
Like over by the skate park entrance to Broadway Field.
Oh, the Wi-Fi might reach from there because it's in each of the crow's nests, so it might reach from there. I know that like if you're an audience person, you should have enough, distance that you can use it. At least 2.4 gigahertz. You won't get the nice speeds of the 5, but you should have Wi-Fi out there.
We should go look and test it. I think it will work because I picked up the Wi-Fi signal on almost every part of the field now after this improvement.
Yeah. But I can definitely look into it more for that
My
specific area.
coworker who's in the athletic department just recently, they did an upgrade thing with their card processing and stuff, and so she's testing the Wi-Fi at different places, and that will be next.
Sounds great. You can send them my way or give them my email or whatever.
For sure.
So, and then next, aquatic upgrade. So we added the Bluetooth receiver for our music, so this kind of gets away from any of the physical connections, to iPads that the instructors use or the lifeguards use for house music, or whatever they choose to use. This helps reduce the problems with the oxidization from the cords, and also just the physical plugging, unplugging, because they move it from inside the lifeguard room onto the deck, back and forth every day. So there's a lot of wear and tear on that board. This helps get rid of that entirely, and they can just connect it to Bluetooth, and they don't have to worry about that. And then also this gives the lifeguards during open swims the option to skip songs or pause music on deck without having to exactly. You don't have to take their eyes off the water to pause the music. So this helps with that.
So was that in place today?
This has been in place for months.
Because whatever this morning for the 9 o'clock class, they said there's no Wi-Fi, and we were like, well, we don't.
Wi-Fi, that's different. So Wi-Fi, yes, there was an internet outage. That was a provider issue.
A what? A who?
Provider issue.
What?
That's Verizon, or, you know, one of the.
Oh, so Verizon.
Spectrum.
So they went and
Whoever
got
said.
some little speaker and brought it out, and I said, you know, it's a class that really doesn't need music.
Yeah.
You know, but, so they improvised about half hour later with some little thing in the jig.
Yeah. Well, good on them, because I wasn't here for that, so, yeah.
Yeah, our network was down for a little bit this morning, all over the district, so.
Yeah.
Who's our provider?
That's,
What?
It's called a sound,
mhm.
so,
It's a Portland-based company.
used to be Wave.
It used to be, Wave, it used to be another thing, and they kind of all bought it, or the town bought the stuff company, the whole situation. But it's a downtown. And then inside the aquatic area as well, I've replaced and added new networking equipment with up to 10 gigabyte fiber connections. This kind of incorporates with the rest of our network that we're leaning towards is fiber connections, making sure that it's safe from listeners and a whole bunch of security stuff. Fiber is the way to go. It's also, I would say, faster. It's more reliable than copper connections between devices. But anyway, did that. I also had a couple more Wi-Fi points in the guard room or the fitness room, just that there's more Wi-Fi coverage. And then also reinstalled the fitness room camera, and this time we added an IR light to help with night vision, because the current cameras are capable of seeing infrared, but they don't produce it themselves, which is a big flaw in the design of the camera. So I had to buy a separate infrared camera for these older models. But luckily the new models that I'm wanting to install have everything built into it as well. A whole bunch of other features. And then I also installed one of those newer cameras with the night vision in the pool at the office. Sadly, it was after the break-in, but the break-in allowed me to spend the money to get the camera.
So where is that located?
This the middle pool deck.
So
Or
it's
the
like
middle pole in the pool deck.
So when some patron walks up and says, can you do this, they don't have to say, no, I can't. They can just push a button and do something with music.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
a normal Bluetooth receiver, volume up and down, pause, skip song.
Okay.
It's just the normal stuff, I would say.
I mean, I'm so used to them running into the office and coming back on deck. How's that?
Yes, there is still that physical control in the office, but that controls the individual speaker. This is the overall speaker for the entire aquarium.
Okay.
And then this is probably the first time that the board, has seen what the database looks like, but This is the main menu of the database, and some new things that have been added are new key tracking for our maintenance team, as they have different spreadsheets, and this kind of as a consolidated way of seeing all of our keys and tracking them, who they're going to, all that stuff. Employee trainings and search tracking, again, it's all kind of out there, and this is a nice consolidated way. Basically, a database that I created, this a consolidation of all of our sources of everything that we always have to go to, and it's just a nice way for all of the management team to be updated without having to go and log into every single different feed. Yeah.
Isaiah, this database looks at internal operations. These are all things that
Correct.
help us get more efficient at
Yeah.
what we're doing. So do you also track or keep database on external stuff, the customers, where they're coming from, how often they
Not
show up?
on, well, kind of.
Patrons, I guess.
Kind of. So there is a building usage report that I have for our PRS, which is separate from this. But yes, we do have something for that, which is how Darren gets his building usage reporting for his, I don't know what he used it for, but he needed it. So that kind of helps track how many open swim people do we have for that day, or how many lab swim people, and that's our PRS tracking that and putting into the database.
Awesome, thank you.
And our point of sale software also tracks
Yes,
a lot of like the registrations and where people are coming from and how many are in district versus out, that kind of thing.
Awesome.
So this is a data mining tool, right?
And capturing.
I mean, you can I can ask you a question, you can say, here's the answer.
For the most part, yes. And mostly internal for this specific use case, but yes.
Okay. Nice.
Again, this employee intake checklist helps our intake process for HR, and Chris and I, and then also purchase requests, and work order tracking, and many other things. That's constantly evolving, so whatever our managers are kind of needing, they kind of just let me know, and I say, hey, yes, I can do that, I think that'd be great, and then I start making something that'll work for them. And then the last thing would be our camera overhaul. It's not really cameras themselves, it's more the storage and everything, and the software that we're using. Basically, we added a new network video recorder, or NVR, which has increased capacity, features and functionality. It's just a screenshot of the GUI interface, just to see that we have currently 47 cameras with a storage capacity of 2 months and 13 days, and our earliest recording is at 2 months and 13 days, because after that they get overridden until we increase storage. But right now, we went from motion capture only to 24/7 recording with this. So we might have missed someone walking out of frame, or it just not capturing the person walking or standing there. Well, now it does, because it's 24/7. And we had a lot of those instances before where it didn't capture the whole part of what we needed in an incident. So this really helps with that.
And then you have the ability to, like, say law enforcement needs,
Exactly.
something, you could send them that recording.
Yeah.
As long as it's within the 2 months, 13 days.
Exactly, because, and also, this is just a concurrent thing, so if you can archive anything that is already saved in here, so you keep it forever. This is just you have it for this amount of time, and that's the earliest recording, unless you archived it separately. And this NVR has up to 16 bays in it, which is each hard drive, so 16 hard drives, and currently I've been getting 24 terabyte hard drives, so with a RAID 5, It has 48
You got
terabytes.
14 more hard drives to go.
Exactly, so I have.
Got
I
some
have
room on there.
2 terabytes of storage with 1 that's backup with the RAID. So that's a lot. A 24/7 recording, that's a lot of data.
I have a question about, with what Marty brought up, do you have any kind of camera that looks at the entrance, not the locker room, but looks at the entrance to the women's locker room?
There is a view, yes, but it,
I mean, I have to say, I'm surprised, I mean, I'll put it in my board comment, but I know Justin worked on that quite a bit. That's why the mats disappeared, flooring, something was added to the flooring, and I think it's incredibly much better. I don't slip, I don't see people slipping, I don't hear about people slipping, but I wondered if there are pictures to say there aren't any.
What she's referencing though happened years ago.
Well, but I know I went to Skylar with a couple of complaints that were brought to me directly about people slipping around that corner. When Justin was still here, we put the mats in, we took the mats out, we put on something on the surface, and we were talking about kids slipping, because they can't read the signs. So all those comments were more relative, in my opinion, using the pool 5 days a week in the past. And if the camera shows, oops, looks, we had a couple slips, then it's still an issue. But I mean, maybe to me, it's an issue that was in the past, and it is much better. But I mean, like I said, I was gonna mention this in my board comment, but I just wondered if there was a camera to support the fact that, no, we fixed that, because we were so diligent working on it.
I think, like Isaiah said, it doesn't capture very much of that entrance. You could see if the slip happened before they got to the S turn.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't be able to see much past that point, I think, where most of the slips that she was talking about.
Well, and I know my slips were right on the turn.
It likely wouldn't capture that unless.
Yeah.
Unless it was, yeah,
You fell into the
in the
camera
U
frame.
portion of the S turn, yeah. It's limited here, because obviously it's a sensitive area, so
Correct.
we can't put cameras in those kind of areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so this network video recorder also manages our newer Protect camera software and the Access software, which is the door access. So it kind of combines it into both, and then it manages it. It's great. I love it. And it actually has a built-in case manager for incidents. So I think we've used it 3 or 4 times now, where there's been an incident. We get any of the footage that's related to this from any of our cameras that we need. We put it into the built-in case manager, and then we can export it from there, which is great. And then it saves in here too, so we can always reference it again, and we can open or close the case too.
So I think that's awesome, actually, and I think that's a great risk reduction strategy for and so do you have staff policies, like if something were to happen in the pool, for instance, is that the kind of incidents that you would recover?
Yeah, so I would say most of these are more incidents, at least the ones that I've been requested to start are more people-to-people related, not like an accident. But sometimes those do happen, and we do get those and keep those for reference.
I think it's excellent, and I just think as a practice, it might be nice to sort of make sure.
Yeah, we don't have cameras in the pool, but we've used the camera network to examine interactions between our patrons and customers that may have not gone super well, and then having the, I don't know what you call them, but I'll just call them external cameras, like facing outward cameras, to identify property
issues or accidents that happen like, on the playground, basketball court, out in front of the, West Wing area. That's been really, really nice to have and have helped us with a bunch of situations. And then the other thing, hesitant to bring it up, we're on this topic, is when we are working with an employee that may have not met our expectations in some way, we can verify on the camera some of the behavior things and even use that as a tool to show them, be more engaged at your workstation or be working with the kids in a different kind of way than you are.
Or conversely, they hit it out of the park. And
Yeah. So those are really nice to use for that.
And I will say, while we're talking about cameras, I don't think any of us sit there and monitor them 24/7, or at least, even throughout the day. The option is there, but we don't.
Yeah.
It's nice to be able to have this there for reference when we need it, in case of incident. And you brought up a good point. We could use it even more with the case manager for any incident that we have that occurred.
Yeah, I think it's great. The only other thing I would ask is whether or not we have any kind of signage that lets people know that there are cameras on hazard.
I believe we do,
Yeah, in a few spaces, I think we could
increase it, for sure.
Yeah.
Smell you're on camera.
I think
Well, I do think it's important to let people know that.
Yeah.
They're always
We're not trying to
Yeah.
surprise, to your point, we're not
No, I
trying to
think-
surprise or
Yeah.
catch
Just-
people, right? Yeah.
Deter.
You just better believe you're always on camera. If you're in public, there's
Yeah.
a camera watching you someplace.
I would keep that in mind for sure. And then I think these are just some overall project photos that I have captured. There's more, but this is just the one that I chose to put in here. This is just a before and after picture. So this is one of our networking racks, and this is after we implemented one of our new devices, kind of helped clean up our visually representing, at least for me, how everything looks, and then also it really helps with troubleshooting and many other things. But that's just another thing. This is the fitness room camera that we installed. It's a little outdated because not everything is up there that's currently up there. But like the IR light is over here somewhere, and it kind of shines. And I didn't put in a reference photo of like before and after of the IR, but it is a huge difference. Imagine walking into a pitch black room. That's what the camera sees. With the IR, it's black and white version of daylight. It's great. And this is the close-up of one of the door readers. I think this is the northern door reader. This is a failed termination. Basically, what happened here was there was outside cabling that this was connected to, but the cabling was not outside cable rated. So water cracked it over time, cracked the cable, water got in, and it seeped into the actual head, and because it was a powered cable, it broke. So that had to be replaced, but I ended up just replacing all of the outside cable runs with outside cable. This is the fog camera that was just recently installed that kind of helps protect our main hall from any incidents and everything, because we've had plenty of complaints and plenty of incidents that we just couldn't capture without a camera, so now we can capture and actually help or, with those incidents. And this is just some door access picture project. So this is one of the hubs, one of the two hubs, and then our solution would be the power, the push bar mechanism. Yeah. And some future projects that I've been thinking about is adding more cameras wherever we need, specifically the outside to protect the property coverage. I know that we are increasing our parking lot usage, so we're thinking about adding not a lot more, but camera coverages on the west side of the SRC to help protect
the sidewalk and cars that are out there, farmers market events, any other events that are out there, they will be covered with this. And then also installing more door readers throughout the district. I would like to add more door readers, inside versions to our offices, things like that. So we know that they're locked, and the employee can just unlock it without physically unlocking the door, with the potential of having that high-risk door unlocked. It's just a nice thing that I know that it will always be locked. And also upgrading or replacing our computers to be compatible with Windows 11. Because in October, Windows 10 will no longer be receiving security updates. So that is a huge thing, and I don't know if any of you guys have computers at home that with Windows 10.
Oh, no.
But in October, anything that's Windows 10 will no longer be receiving any sort of updates.
But Apple will still function.
No, do I have to come talk to you and
You're
Tara?
good. You're Windows 11. You're good.
I have 11?
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you. Honest to God, I don't need any other surprises. That's part of my board comment.
It's just something to be aware of yourselves too.
No, Isaiah and Darren know my system well.
We do. And then, of course,
Very
adding more
grateful.
Wi-Fi access points for better Wi-Fi coverage, specifically in the SRC, because occupancy is around the corner, right? So, all those devices that I've installed, getting ready for all these Wi-Fi access points, specifically, I would say, the northern side, needs to be increased. So, yeah. But I think that's it. So, thank you.
Any questions for Isaiah from the board? I just have one. It's a strategic, not a technical question, but what will be the impact of artificial intelligence on the district as we move forward?
Well, with this actually new NVR, there's built-in, it works with the new cameras, not the old cameras. Artificial intelligence that's built in, not talking remotely, right? So it's built in to the device. It adds in people detections, animal detections, car, what kind of car, license plate, facial detections, movement, all this stuff is built into cameras now, and you can filter for any of these events to help when you're searching for incidents. It's actually really helpful. And they've even come out with, it's called AIT. Basically, it's taking this info, and if there's talking, it'll transcribe it for you. It's amazing. I love it. We don't have one, but I love it.
So is there, and I'm thinking about the capability of AI to detect drowning victims before a lifeguard notices or something like that.
That would be great.
I wouldn't want to count on that.
Well, no, I'm just saying that there are so many possible applications.
There's tons of them. I'm pretty sure there are out there some solutions for that. I don't know of any specifically, but I'm sure there are some out there. I know that, actually, I have read that there are like AI robots doing scanning for lifeguards, and lifeguards are sitting in offices or whatever.
Right.
So I have heard of that actually. So.
Can they take over and just let us all drown?
Oh, they won't let us in the water.
On which is the water.
Oh, thank you, Isaiah. I really appreciate it.
And congratulations on Charlotte.
Hazel?
Wait,
Hazel?
oh, I'm sorry. That's right, Hazel.
Aspen and Hazel.
Aspen and Hazel. My apologies, but going to preschool. Yay.
Yeah.
Skylar, you've got the floor.
Old business, we have our strategic plan update, and the update is unfortunately going to be brief. I haven't obviously received a draft or a new version of the plan. We, have asked a couple times from our consultants and just haven't gotten a clear response back. I know they know the deadline about the end of the month, this month, which is in, I don't know, a few days. So I'm hoping to get something really soon. I'll share it with the board as soon as I have it. I know that they're working on it, because when we met for our monthly meeting, there was discussion on their progress and updates. I know our consultants had conversation with Kyle and with, Bob Heyman, our, citizen that offered some support and, assistance, so at least, have taken some satisfaction in that, but yeah, that's not here yet is slightly concerning, so hopefully in the next couple days. Moving on to number 2 for the occupancy process. So, what I would say is good news on this front. I included a communication we got from the city of Seaside a week or 2 ago, and we got a bill for permit review, and was pleased to pay the bill that we had to pay. As you'll remember, a few years ago, we did have a permit on file that we had paid an initial fee for, but it had expired or lapsed. So this fee that we paid was for the additional permit review that the city did. You'll remember Brandon came, I think in June or maybe it was July, and presented kind of the change of plans, and that was well received, I think, by the city. You'll recall that the city wanted to send that plan review change to a third-party consultant, and it's my understanding that that consultant has also found that that change was approved within the code to move forward. So I think maybe not the final hurdle, but it's a very important hurdle that we crossed to pay the bill. And there's some other good work on that front. Cove Built, the contractor that we selected for the door project, they began their improvements. The doors aren't here yet; they're a couple of weeks out still, but anticipate that they'll be here soon, and we'll get egress improvements completed hopefully by the end of September. And then after that, it seems like, from what I understand, the only hanging requirement will be some component of the mechanical plan has to be submitted to the city for approval. And once that is submitted to the city for approval, it's my understanding that if it's approved, we will get a temporary certificate of occupancy for 2 years, and we'll have that 2-year timeline to make the mechanical improvements that are identified in the plan. So part of your review tonight, and it's a bigger proposal than I was necessarily expecting, but is a proposal from Scott Edwards Architecture for them to work with Interface Engineering, who we work with on the SRC on a few of our other building projects since we took ownership, for them to prepare a plan for the mechanical system improvement. And they include a fee total for you. The timing probably could be better because we just, as you know, went to try to secure some funding for an SRC project loan for various projects that the board approved. So I don't know if the board wants to discuss this or even approve this proposal. I don't have a lot of information other than the proposal. I haven't had an opportunity to connect with Brandon from Scott Edwards.
So,
go ahead, Mike.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
So Scott Edwards he's gonna draft the plans for the mechanical work that we need. And, somebody's gotta do that, that's for sure. Not a mechanical engineer.
So, Scott Edwards is gonna contract with Interface Engineering, who is a mechanical engineer to create the mechanical improvement plan.
So pursuant to an eventual mechanical contractor, I noticed the exclusions. And one of the things I've had experience with in the past on large proprietary kinds of projects, I think it's really important that we have an as-built of whatever it is we need, and that we have a record that our electrical engineering, our security systems, HVAC, the mechanical, you should have an as-built, because if something should happen, you know, like a fire in the system or something like that, or, you know, other contractors will come in later, it's good to have that record for our maintenance staff to be able to understand and interpret, for maintenance alone. I used to do these kinds of projects, you know, for 250,000 square foot, you know, commercial buildings. And, this was something that we always went in there, we always wanted an as-built after the project was done. So I don't know how you feel about it. I don't know what that would cost.
Sure.
You know, but this is pre-project, but I noticed SEA had excluded it. But somewhere down the line, maybe the contractor themselves, would need to provide that document, as a completion document, before they were paid.
Yeah. You talk about, number 27, 28 maybe, I think. I can ask about those, Mike. I think that's really good feedback. I'm not sure why those would be excluded, because it seems like
Yeah,
you're.
no, I just, my only comment on that, I know it has a cost to it, and, that's just the way it is, you know, but, on the SBA proposal, so, you know, that's the only point I have about the comment.
So I really appreciate Mike's expertise in this, because I wouldn't know at all to ask about that. And I am wondering on this, on such a heavy expense, if we've engaged Kosh about this, and if this is the right way to go. In other words, or should we be putting out an RFP on this large of an expense, piece? So, so I do have some questions about that. And,
Yeah. I think just given the timing of when I got this and,
yeah.
haven't had the opportunity. Klosh does know about this. They've been included, our owners rep, Chris.
Yeah.
I think, if it's all right, I'd probably encourage the board to wait until we get a little more information,
Yeah.
or maybe invite, Brandon and or Chris from Klosh Group to come and share a little bit more information about the
But
proposal.
I also appreciate that the clock is ticking on getting the mechanicals done, right?
Yeah.
And so, because while it seems like that we might have a large 2-year window or whatever, as I understood it from previous meetings, that it's a lot of work to get done, and so.
It is, and it's a little unclear, but it has been suggested in some conversations that the temporary certificate may or may not be issued until the plan has been submitted.
Yeah.
And approved. So, and that's a process to just get it approved and submitted, right? So, yeah, there is a clock, it's always ticking.
So is
That's
this
what it
a
seems.
place in order to not have the clock tick, that we would provide, you know, when we do sort of that temporary approval, or appoint somebody on the board to serve as a delegate to,
Well, I don't know if you need that or not. You certainly need a plan going in there, but, you know, when you're gonna wrap it up and be done, you wanna have it's good to have an as-built plan.
but if we want to give him permission to move,
To enter into a
to
contract.
enter into a contract, whether it's this contract or another
Yeah.
contract,
I would
maybe
move-
we want to make a motion and then have somebody.
To authorize Mike to be the board liaison
Yeah.
on this project.
But to negotiate, I think we want to negotiate this piece that you brought up and talk to them about whether
Yeah.
we can include it.
I think that we would, so in point to your go out to the RFP, I think we would be very hard pressed to find another company that has knowledge of the system and would be able to get this done faster than SEA, because they've been with us this whole time and they've done all the work and everything, so
Yeah.
we're talking speed.
They
But
modify
that
some of
might
our-
not be a component of our purchasing guidelines.
So the state allows us, if we have a pre-existing relationship with a qualified firm, to not have to go out for an RFP. Like if doing so would, to your point, there is a provision basically that allows us to continue the relationship that we have with someone that's already been working with us, but, yeah. I think-
Do our purchasing rules allow that?
They do.
Okay.
That's wonderful.
So, and this sort of correlates with this, but take it, this is not necessarily an anticipated cost at this level, right? And so, I know that the next thing, it seems that we're talking about has to do with this additional work, the SRC budget for the following year. And I am just wondering about, there are some of the things we have to do to get into the building, to get our temporary, to keep moving on stuff. There's other sort of, what I would say would be nice to have to get going, and I don't know where what falls in that category. And wondering if we need to consider rearranging, or prioritizing some of these things. I also, to let the board know, I think we talked about this last time, but I do have a meeting tomorrow actually with Darren. I think some of these are more fundable projects than other projects. And so I am just conscious and feeling frankly a little bit nervous about being overextended in our budget. And so thinking about that and how we ensure that we have funds to cover all of this.
Yeah, let's, I think that's a really good point. If we can, when we get to the SRC project loan, have a thought on that. I think that maybe aligns with what you're expressing. I guess I would love to hear if the board wants me to be able to move forward with this contract or with this agreement, or if they want to designate somebody, or if they want it revisited at a future board meeting before they.
I don't know if you need me now.
You're always
If I need
needed,
you,
Mike.
We need you,
You
Mike.
are.
My hearing is not so good. I'm not hearing this meeting very good. My hearing aids are going in and out. So I don't know,
Mike,
if I'm really, useful that kind of.
your hearing does not negate your expertise in this
Wow.
area.
I'm not a mechanical contractor. I'm just talking about how we administrate the contract.
Is there a motion, or what's the will of the board?
But I'll do whatever you ask.
I don't think we need a motion to ask Mike to be the liaison to this.
No, but
project.
I would like a motion if you want me to sign this contract, or I guess,
I would say continue
Absolutely.
negotiations, but.
yeah.
Authorized to sign after we've satisfied some of the questions brought up.
Sure,
All
yeah.
right?
Okay,
Yeah,
so put that in the form of a motion.
Go ahead.
I move we accept this contract.
Well,
That's it.
yeah,
can I do a friendly amendment to that?
yeah,
So move that we accept this contract from SEA after we have satisfied some of the questions raised during this
That's
board
fine,
meeting.
yeah, that's.
And that, it's been liaised with our representative designated by the board, which is you, Mike.
Okay,
Authorize Mike to liaise.
I'll do it.
Thanks, Mike.
that sounded like a second to me.
I mean, I'm sure SEA understands
Okay, who made the motion? And
Celeste made the
Celeste?
motion, and Mike
So,
seconded.
and Mike seconded.
And Mike
Mike
seconded it.
Will you second, Mike?
I second.
Second, okay. and now
All
we're
in favor,
Aye.
Catherine? Mike? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, good segue there. So, yeah, been working, with, actually, SDIS, has developed a financing package, over the last year or two. This is, a component of SDAO, and working closely with David Olbrich, who helped us secure financing for the, SRC purchase, and obviously has local ties. I think his brother is a CPA here, and daughter-in-law. David has developed a policy within SDIS to use some of their funds to loan to special districts for circumstances like the ones that are proposed in our current needs, meet some of our current needs and other needs. And so I don't have the terms from him yet. I was expecting to have them, but I just don't have them yet. But he knows the full amount. We had to submit a application and provide a bunch of documentation and supporting documents to show our financial position and other information. What I would propose in terms of what Celeste was saying is that the board allows us to move forward. And if you look on the last two of the SRC budget projects, the paint, signage, and visibility improvements and the parking lot improvements, if we instead earmark those funds for the mechanical system improvement, those seem to be the, I wouldn't say the lowest priority, but just more not essential to getting the temporary or permanent certificates of occupancy. And I think we're all excited for those improvements, and maybe those are improvements that could be grant funded or pursue funding somewhere else. But I think I have, if you're okay with a little bit of flexibility or, delineation from the previously approved plan. Obviously, I won't be able to sign the financing package, probably without your permission, so I'm not sure how to proceed, because I don't have a term sheet, I don't have an interest, but our anticipation was to pay this project loan back over the course of 3 years, potentially quicker. And David was offering interest rates of around 3 to 5%, which is far better than we were able to find in the open market. So kind of a lot of moving pieces.
So what do you want from us?
I think maybe right now, I don't know if I need anything, honestly, because I would like to bring back to the board, unless the board wants to authorize that I can move forward with the SDIS financing package without even seeing it, which I feel like you could do, but there's a lot of trust. So I don't honestly know. If you want to do that, then a motion for me to do that when I receive the package back from them.
Is this another place where we could do a representative, a liaison?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because
I think we should do that.
aren't you talking about the amending of it would be, postponing the bottom two figures?
I think that's a part of the
subtract those
motion
two.
also, is either designating staff with enough autonomy or flexibility, I guess, to make those changes. You kind of already did that in the original motion because the motion was made pursuant to available funding from grants and other stuff, which was great. But yeah, I think the bigger nugget is the moving forward with the financing terms when they come in, and if there's a liaison that the board wants to designate for that approval, that would be great.
Are we taking out 2 loans, or is it just one?
2 loans.
The TRAN loan, the TRAN is a separate loan.
Yeah. And
But SDIS is involved in that also?
They are, potentially, yeah, we haven't.
Okay, that's what I was.
We haven't termed with them
Okay.
either, but,
That's
yeah.
fine.
So do we need the tram loan right now for this fiscal year, or do we need it for next
No,
fiscal
we
year?
need it for this.
For both then, probably.
Yes.
Hopefully not, yeah, but yeah, we'll see.
Didn't we already authorize?
I thought we did during the budget process.
Thought we
trail
did
loan?
too, yeah.
Yeah.
We did, but what I didn't have at that time were terms, and we were roughing the estimate of timing and the amount. And so
I
that,
think, wasn't it like originally 400?
it was, yeah, and I think we're feeling a little bit more confident and straight.
So is there a member of the board that would like to be the liaison for this decision process?
I'm happy to do it.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Okay, well, that's the motion.
My brain is getting too tired of motions. Okay, wait.
Hang in there.
I motion that.
There's a motion right here we can read.
No, that's a different one. I motion that we authorize, our representative of the board, Celeste Bonner, to work with Skylar, to enter into a loan with SDIS.
Yes.
For the purposes
For the
of tax
purposes of-
revenue anticipation.
No, that's different.
Yeah, but that's B, you're on A.
Yeah,
I'm in there.
You're on trans.
they're two separate.
We're on, I don't know what page we're on. We're on
SDIS,
Right,
SDIS. Do you want something about, because we were talking about getting rid of the bottom one, flexibility to
Swap out projects.
swap out.
Or wouldn't that be-
We're saying grant staff
Or
the flexibility to.
confirm the project, let's say.
That,
You got it. All right, you have a motion.
great. We have a second, that's your line.
Hey, I'm
Habit.
happy to live in the shadow of Catherine as long as I can. Is there a second to the motion?
I think Mike could good.
I say.
Mike seconded. All in favor, Catherine?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Kyle? Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Now we're on to the trans.
Skylar, I'll just add really quickly, and I'll talk to Darren about this. I also think the kitchen stuff is very appealing, given the number of people that we feed, through the district's activities.
The
So I
ceiling,
think that's also
the roof,
another.
Especially in a disaster.
Huh?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
roof.
Yeah, for grant funding, so I think that's.
Okay.
Okay, now we're on to the trans, which I still feel like we already did.
Sure. I have learned, in my 10 years, that it's better to be more transparent with the public and with the board. And, if you don't feel like you need to make a motion, I'm okay with that, but I want it on the record and in the packet that this was brought to you, and you're comfortable with it, and if that's.
Well, especially since the motion that we had already approved was double this.
Yeah.
Or more than.
But, I move that we authorize staff to move forward with the Tran loan financing package for the amount of $200,000.
I'll second.
Ha!
Motion and a second. Catherine?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. All right, moving quickly on, I don't think we need to go super into depth, but I provided these IGAs. These are drafted documents with the city and county. They're very similar. These are IGAs for them to collect the whatever rate or charge we end up deciding and schedule. And so I'm providing them here. I think, given the conversation tonight, we'll have the flexibility to revisit these and to be transparent. Neither other party has agreed to these yet, so I'm still working through some of the details, mainly regarding the amount that they will collect as part of their processing fee.
Did they told us this amount?
Well, we suggested $15 because this is what I got from other park and rec districts that have similar agreements in place, and neither has agreed to it. In fact, I think the fee will look different. It looks, I'm guessing it will be a percentage of the charge that we either tack on or we just reduce from the amount that we end up collecting, but it could be 10 or 15% of what the charge is.
Wow.
Wait a
Is that
minute.
usual?
It is, and
10% of 4,600?
correct, yeah. Now, we're still negotiating, I shouldn't have even said that number. Let's strike that from the record, but what I meant was, we're still negotiating the.
What you meant was, you're gonna bring this back to us later.
Yeah.
Great, moving on.
Thank you. All right, efficient Catherine is here.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Almost 9 o'clock.
All right.
Yeah, my
The
dog's
next-
flattered.
The next item, we've talked about this quite a bit, but I'm pleased to share SDAO has announced that their Oregon Government Ethics Commission training has been approved. So they haven't shared the dates of when that training will start to become available, but I do know that there'll be an in-person opportunity for the board and an online version through their current vector solution. So I got it for you right here,
I know.
straight from the board.
If it says to arrange an in-person session for your district, please contact the person. Is that an option?
That is an option if the board wants. I haven't pursued that with Shanta quite yet, just because I think that would require the board to maybe be, not that you're not present, but another opportunity, whereas the online training, you could maybe complete it on your own pace, or I could send you to one of these trainings that occur. They're going to be regionalized, just like their board trainings are.
How long is the training?
I also expect that this will be a component of the SDAO conference in February in Seaside for those that might be planning
But don't we have to finish this before January?
on it. It's my expectation that because of the delays in getting the training approved by the Ethics Commission, that there will be some flexibility granted to local governments.
So is it all local government or just special districts?
It's supposed to be all public officials, all elected officials.
So why can't we just host a training here and have the city and
We
the
can,
county?
yeah.
and
If you'd like me to
whatever
reach out to
special
Shanta,
districts?
I can.
How long is the training?
The other ones I've seen have been 4 to 6 hours.
Ouch.
I will throw online.
Yeah, online.
Well,
Never
I
mind
mean,
about.
I'm looking at, February, I'll probably be up in Edmonds, so if there's a way to do it in Salem
Okay, online.
Online, okay, well, there you have it, so that's there. The next item is that, we have been in what I would say, reoccurring boomerang conversations with the Seaside School District about supporting an education program that, seems like they don't have the capacity for at the new school, just out of room. And I think we are closer than ever to potentially agreeing to have, to lease one of the SRC classrooms that we're not using for youth programs for that purpose. And I just wanted to keep the board informed of that. It's a small education program for, it sounds like about 4 to 8 individuals, and it will be well supported by instructors or teachers, with at least two teachers to that ratio. But we are meeting with school district folks that are hoping to start this program soon, tomorrow. So I'll have more information, but I just wanted to.
I am going to say I do have a conflict.
To share that with you. I'm not asking for a motion or anything, but I do think it's, yeah, sorry.
So just understand, so the school district sells their school to us. Then they build a brand new school. And then the school isn't big enough, so they gotta rent classrooms from us?
No, they already use it for robotics
Yeah.
too,
Yeah.
as far as I know.
Okay. Guess I just didn't understand.
I told you I'd bow me out of this conversation.
All right, well, I'll move into my report. I do want to share some good news in my report. I think I tried to, but anyways, I'm going to pass around just briefly. It's not a lot, but I have a few kind of, it was a slide deck, but I don't think it's in the best interest of our attention span to pull it up. But wanted to just talk a little bit about our website launch that happened, and just provide you with a little data on that, some information. You may have questions that are technical, and I can take those probably offline. That would be better. But our website launched a little bit less than a month ago on Tuesday, July 29th, around 11 a.m. I think from my perspective, the transition was pretty seamless and went off without a lot of glitches. There was a slight delay where, I don't know the technical term, but the website just wasn't available, but then it worked pretty quickly after that. Again, just for your review, we've been able to integrate a few of our different systems that have been kind of with different providers. So our mass communication system, our point of sale software, and the website are all under one provider, Civic Rec, and they provide a lot of services to local governments, similar to the ones that we have. There's lots of room for improvement on the site in terms of how it's displayed and all the information that we have, but I think it was a great transition, and we're really happy with it. Some data, if you want to look at, we're averaging around 722 weekly visits for the 3 or so full weeks that we've had to measure that, which is a little bit up, probably about 50 or 60 more visits from the previous site. I don't know.
Well, about 50 of those are probably mine, because I was going onto the website.
Well, we appreciate it.
It's a very nice website.
Thank you.
I like how it's mobile friendly.
Yeah,
I like
friendly
that
has been
too.
really helpful. The most popular pages that we found, obviously the homepage, swim schedules, that was the most popular page on the old site. Farmers market, facilities and facility rentals, fitness, and then we have had a lot of people visit the Turkey Trot site and already have 22 registrations for that.
So happy?
Yep.
And
In terms of finding the site, this is data that we didn't have available on our old provider, so I think this is really good for us to study a little bit. The majority of our folks that are, I don't know what they're called, visitors on the site are coming either directly or through a search engine. The others are coming from a referral site or from social media, and then you can see that we're able to track where our site visitors are coming from. Actually, the biggest percentage of visitors is coming from Seattle, and then Portland and Seaside were basically tied at around 14%, and then those other cities or local spots were measured, and then we got visitors from all over the world, which was
I don't know exactly how that works, kind of neat. But if you have feedback, maybe not right now, unless you would really like to delve into it, or if you see something that doesn't look right. I think the board page is one area where we have all the information that we used to have, but we'll be working really hard to improve the board information that we have.
And check, have you seen this?
I have, yep.
Okay.
Next day, I wanted you to cut off from all your permissions. Also note that we're working really hard to use that mass communication tool really well. We'll have a farmer's market mass communication notice out tomorrow. We'll have a couple of notices out about Labor Day. So we're kind of, I hope we're sort of starting to find a little bit of a groove with these new systems.
Regarding the mass communication, I'm just wondering, I'm not seeing how you would sign up for that. I get them already, because I've signed up
Yeah.
before, but I'm not seeing on the website that that's super clear.
Okay.
And I was also wondering, that I think there's a good opportunity to use QR codes in locations. Like, I think the more people we could get into the communication system, now that you have that set up, like,
Yeah.
like I turn on the heat on that.
Yeah, okay. That's great feedback.
When is farmer's market finished?
We
September
have,
23rd,
yeah, we have a couple more weeks.
October 3rd?
September 23rd.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, another part of my report that I wanted to share was we are working really hard on getting our child care facility licensed. Again, that's something that we had done in the past, but when we moved to the SRC, we didn't do that. We still basically keep all the same practices and standards, and but that's an important part for obtaining some funding. So we're working diligently on that, and that piece will kind of need to line up with the occupancy.
Yeah.
But really pleased with Mackenzie, who you have met, for helping kind of lead the charge on that. Some other, just two pieces that aren't on here. Been working hard on onboarding our new HR and admin coordinator, Savannah, and she's been great. And then wanted to just celebrate the good work of our foundation board and some staff. As you know, last weekend was Hood to Coast, and we hosted a fundraiser at the SRC to provide some space for people to relax, get out of their vans, take a shower, and park. And this is the second year that we've done this, and this year I'm really pleased to share that the fundraiser generated $8,329, which is, I think, about triple of what we did last year. And that's a combination of some pre-registrations, day-of payments, and then some cash payments.
We have capacity to do more.
We do, yeah.
Okay.
I think we can streamline it a little bit more. What we really need next year to work a little bit better on, it was a small but mighty group. And I specifically want to call out all of our foundation board that was here, but Darren was also here. He's our foundation board liaison, and he was here from around 2:30 a.m. until about 7 p.m. And then when the first van we had to get here at 4 a.m. and we were pretty much
I was out of town.
kept the parking lot pretty full almost that whole time. But a great success, and really appreciate that came out.
$8,000. 2 days event.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, I'm wondering, as we build up a reputation for it,
It'll
too,
get
that
more.
we raise the rate and.
Well, you know, the Legion's got a lot of
Was this
too.
the showers?
Yeah, so we provided showers and parking, and teams, the thought was teams can sign up for parking and guarantee that we'll have a spot available for them, and they won't have to park, further away or worry about not catching their runner when they finish down at the.
Because I wondered about a sign at 12th and Wahana.
Yeah.
We used to get people asking which
Sure.
way to go
Sure.
for showers.
But we'll say we get amazing cooperation and partnership from Hood to Coast. So we are they issue 2 handbooks to every team, and we're on the back page. Our flyer was on the back page, the full page, and we're also mentioned a couple other places in the handbook. So they're really great partners to have, and they support this fundraiser and know what it goes towards our scholarship fund for people to have more access to our programs. So anyways, I think that's it from me. Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you, Skylar.
We just need to recap on the farmer's market.
Oh, I just am really, again, if you haven't been to the market, it's awesome. Just awesome work by Zoe, great work by staff. We didn't have Zoe last week. She was dropping off her son in Hawaii at college again, and it was not as seamless as it was when she's there, but, just thankful for the leadership and the hard work of our team. And it's a space where the community comes together and it feels like we are a community, and there's unity and there's, cohesion, and there's just great interaction space. So I love it every Wednesday. It's a long day for a lot of our staff, but it's a rewarding day too.
I think that's just another place that's got such great attendance, and it's a great place that if we can get all those people, because a lot of them are visitors that are coming in.
Yeah.
And if we can get those people on our list and promote our stuff, like, I think that's great.
Sandwich board with QR code.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
So do you know when the next, what is it, playbook is coming?
Scheduled to come out in September soon. Put me on the clock here. Yeah, it's in a week or two.
Okay.
We're working on it.
Anything else, Skylar?
That's it, thanks.
Any other questions for Skylar? Board comments, Catherine?
You're first.
You weren't ready.
Just like pointing out, this is one of our longest meetings.
It's a good one.
No, this is a good meeting. I appreciate it. I can't, my brain is so fried, I can't remember. Is that his name? Yes. Attending in person to answer all our many questions. And just thank you for everybody's commitment. So that's all I have to say. Yeah. Moving on, go Mike.
Oh, yeah, well, I congratulations to Gwen. Sounds like a really great employee. I think I've met her at the farmer's market once, and Isaiah did a real nice job. I'm sure Darren is just proud as punch at the job he's doing over there. And, sounds like he's got a handle on it. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Skylar.
Thanks for accommodating my tardiness today. I appreciate the ability to call in, and I also appreciate that this was actually a double meeting, so it goes, so this meeting, we're not gonna.
Throw Kyle
But
under the
appreciate,
bus.
I know it's tough, we've been talking about this.
You guys gave me crap last time, so I'm just giving it back.
So I'm not counting this as a long meeting, the actual board meeting section, but I did appreciate that we had the space to actually discuss and go a little bit deeper. I know we're all anxious for the finish line on the SDCs, and we've been working towards that, but I do appreciate the space that we're moving forward in a diligent and, I think, thoughtful way. So I appreciate everybody allowing the questions to be asked.
So, I wanted to actually, first of all, I'm not quite sure what order to go in because Marty was, we allowed her to speak. So I want to address that. I think her concerns are, I've always explained, every complaint is a gift. And so I want to, check in with her because I haven't heard anyone complain about this, for months, about the flooring. And I've been in the locker room. Yes, it's correct. I don't spend a lot of time there, but I haven't seen any slips. I haven't slipped. I have showered in there. There was actually one eventful time where I just showered and got dressed and went home. So I did spend a little more time in there. Not once did I see anything slip. I haven't seen anyone slip around the corners. I know I worked quite a while with Justin about those mats, and he has the expertise, not I. We got rid of the mats because they seemed to be more of a tripping hazard. I know what I know of the children slipping, the falls. I don't know about the fall with a head injury and someone who passed away. I don't know anything about that. I just know that there was a wrist fracture, but that was all months ago. And in my appreciation, that has been addressed and fixed. And me being in the locker room 5 days a week, I'm only in when I come in to take a shower, except for that one particular time at the end. I really do want to support that. I want to address that. I want complaints. I want to hear from people, I think we all do, but I think this is, really something we fixed. But, again, I will, make sure that I'm hearing the same thing from her. I do appreciate Doug being here, to speak to us on an issue that I'm still trying to catch up on. Gwen, congratulations to her. Isaiah, thank you. And I think that's so incredible that Hazel is going to school at age 3. That's awesome. I'm so excited about the occupancy, the fact that it's closer. And I have a particular patron that wants to talk to me, and I think part of the answer to her concerns, although I haven't spoken to her directly yet, is that, you know, the occupancy certification, just hang on a little bit longer because it's coming. And that will change some things for a lot of people. So all the work behind the scenes with the various organizations that we have contracted with and are working with us are just a real professional group, and I'm grateful for the expertise, and I'm grateful for you, Skylar, that, you know, we're manning this. I'm grateful that we have board members with expertise like Mike and Celeste that can go off and we can trust and put movement in an ongoing situation to make things come to fruition. I do want to go back to Isaiah. I want to say a personal thank you for him and Darren helping me with the computer, because that just it seems to be an ongoing challenge for me, and I am grateful for their patience and their kindness to help me. As far as Zoe, I'm grateful for the farmers market and how well it's gone. The fact that working hood to coast for 13 hours on Saturday at my one little spot, I saw a lot of smooth transaction. There weren't that many people asking this year, where do I go for showers? But and there was not a lot of signage there, but I'm grateful that things, I mean, the gist is that this was a very successful hood to coast experience for the entire community of Seaside and the county. And then I'm just grateful for this board, because I know I am still trying to figure out what all this stuff means with this charge system. I know it's expected and understandable, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around what it means. So I am grateful for the team. I'm meeting lots of new lifeguards, honestly. You know, there's probably half a dozen, and I'm still learning their names. So it's rewarding to see that we have, you know, we have an employment opportunity, that we have a skill that we can build future successes in whatever paths those individuals choose to move. But it's nice to see people coming back. It's nice to see people moving forward, and I'm just really grateful to be able to be part of the team that watches that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Marty, thank you. Thank you for your comments. I, for one, don't ever get into the floor of the women's shower, so I have no idea how slippery it is unless somebody tells me. And so we need people like Marty and others to, you know, help us improve. Doug's presentation was awesome. Really gained a lot of knowledge from Doug. Website, Skylar, Isaiah, I don't know who's responsible for the website, but it is far superior to what I had before. And while we're talking about Isaiah, thank you. Thanks, man. Thank you not only for what you do every day, but for your presentation tonight. It was nice. It was informative. I appreciate that. Gwen, rock star, again, another employee rock star. And I'll be out of town until the 20th of September, and basically incommunicado, so Celeste has got the helm, and if there are issues, please don't let them wait. Get them to Celeste as soon as possible.
And I'll store them up for Kyle.
Yeah, start a file. And then, last month, we learned about Savannah coming on board, which I think is a really key position in the organization. And I would like Savannah to introduce herself at a board meeting sometime, maybe
Yeah,
next board
I
meeting.
think she is coming to present, it might be in September, so.
Whichever, I think it's a key position,
Yep,
and I
September
think,
should be
I
here
think the
to-
board ought to know her.
Yeah.
You know, and finally, the foundation, you know, I've been here ever so slightly short of 3 years, and I hear about the foundation, but I think it would be nice to have a foundation presentation and reconnect the board with what's going on in the foundation space, because it's just kind of a big nebulous blank to me, but if we can arrange that, I think that'd be beneficial. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't need a
Move we
vote to
adjourn.
adjourn.
You don't.